shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. Body walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice watching fire, a mind on this door. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sin. I come to wake the sleeping, the church will bring the fair. No hurdles, no illusions, no hollow in compare. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Misled, thinking truth from the wreckage, raising dawn from the dead. Every word is a weapon, shot men declare. Exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord rises with the suffering command. A beast of judgment, the Lord will give his bid. On his growl rings through the silence of the night. The loyal understand, Searka keeps the balance right. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I'm making the chaos of found to every test. Strong against the darkness, rising defend. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Now you're head to the beast that controls the DOESNT. Now I'll reason with the ball crushing block. If his ball runs empty, the shadows will consume. The world cracks open, ushering down. So either command, don't deploy a core. If you know what's good, feed boy the overlord.
All right, welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know I'll do it for you. And let's party. Who we got in the building? A shout out to Liberty Plus TV. Oh, we got to talk about reality TV later. But first, we got Charismatic Fiend. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And we also got Frank. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Another 3v3 debate. The prompt being democracy does not work. And again, you might have seen the DMZ before. Shout out to Horseradish hosting all of these awesome debates. And probably have seen me there before, and you will likely see me there again. So tonight, again, democracy does not work. On the affirmative, agreeing that democracy does not work, we have Steelborne, Emmett, and Abe Dinkus. And on the negative side, we've got Cassel, and Searka. Should it be an interesting one? As always, I jumped through it a little bit, but I want to see it as fresh as I can with you guys. So let's dive right in. As always, guys, if you can't hear the video, please do let me know.
Christian.
Please tell everybody who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you.
Yeah, so I'm Steelborne. I'm an Orthodox Christian catechumen, and I do cultural commentary. I do debates on philosophy, politics, tend to stay out of the normative politics realm just because there's way too much you need to look, research for that, and I don't have that kind of time. But yeah, you can find me over on Verbal Combat, most Fridays, or sometimes over here at the DMV or DMZ. And I'm actually really excited for this one. So
cheers. So am I, sir. All right.
And like I like the more broad prompts because you don't really know where it's gonna go.
And the captain of the other team, Kay, same thing to you. Please tell us who you are, what you're about, and where we can find you.
Why are these people always so obsessed with sex and degeneracy and anime and any mix of that? Any mix of that is always so left-wing coded. What? I know there's a lot of right-wing people who are into anime and stuff, but yeah, what is this? What are we doing?
My name is Kay. I just work behind the scenes for Horseradish, and sometimes I stumble on stage. That's about it.
And we appreciate it every time. All right. And now over to you, Mr. Emmett. Please tell everybody who you are, what you're about, and where you're found. I'm going to drop your link into the chat as well.
Shout out to the Zucker. Welcome to the party. Yep, not familiar with who Desiree is, but I've definitely seen the whatever podcast, and I would absolutely have fun doing that. So yes, and welcome. Very good to see ya. Again, we got the 3v3 democracy doesn't work. Do you agree or disagree? Our good friend Emmett. My preferences.
My name is Emmett. I do art and political debates. I do also meta-ethical debates. So you can find me at Count Emmett, and most of my stuff is working with either art or debate itself.
All right. And over to you now, Mr. Cassel. Cassel.
Yeah, I'm down for whatever.
Who you are, what you're about, where they can find you.
Yeah, so I go by Cassel on here, but you can find me mostly on other social media platforms like YouTube, Twitter, and I guess Twitch at Castle Guard. I'm a center-left political commentator. I usually just debate on here, but I've been looking at other platforms to debate on, some similar to other folks on here as well. And
I'm pretty sure he's an atheist. Thomas Shady of Atheists for Liberty. I've been telling you, there is a market for atheist versus atheist debates that are not about religion. It's there.
I did do most YouTube videos a year ago or so and hadn't done one in a while, but I am going to drop one very soon. So hopefully more YouTube videos coming along for this year, especially as the political midterm environment heats up. So yeah.
Very good. Glad to hear you're branching out. Sad to hear you're branching.
This chick up here on the top. Okay, I've seen her around before. Interesting. Okay, all right. I mean, hey, yeah. Whatever we got to do, we will do. Frank said democracy doesn't work equals Trump's next step towards fascism. Interesting. And that's why, again, I like the broader prompts, because I don't know exactly what, when it's a very specific prompt, then we know we can get into the weeds. But with a more broad prompt, it's really dependent on the debaters to bring an angle that is difficult for the other side. So I really don't know where this is going to go. Are they going to be saying we want a monarchy? Are they going to say we want anarchy? Are they going to say, well, actually, democracy doesn't work because this, that, and I don't know. Charismatic Fiend said democracy is how the they-thems keep the sheeple in line. True. Very true. The Edomites created all political parties and major religions. Never heard of it.
Now, Abe Dinkus, please tell everybody who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you.
Shout out to Abe Dinkus.
Sure. I'm Abe Dinkus. We do a little bit of everything on my channel. There's debates, there's religious talk, there's comedy, there's just kind of everything. So you can find me at Abe Dinkus on YouTube. I am going to be branching out more into like Rumble and other platforms as well. So keep an eye out.
Very cool.
So there you go. When you got this stuff, not only the opening statement is important, but how you present yourself initially to the people, having some type of thing ready to go, makes you seem more professional.
Did drop Abe's link in the chat, right? You know what? I did, but for some reason it didn't work.
Okay, I guess shout out to all of them. We'll get to know them. I don't think we need everybody's
fourth between
intro.
the debate. This works. We are going to be doing a 3v3 debate. This is sort of a team competition where the captains call the shots. We go back and forth between the debaters in the openings and the cross examinations. The cross examinations can be rebuttals or cross examinations. It's ultimately their time to use as they see fit. After that, any debaters who have not been up against each other are going to find themselves in the championship rounds facing one another for 10 minutes of open forum conversation. Then after that, we're going to go to the same cycle, same order, 3-minute closings. And all along there, you guys in the audience need to be paying attention because you are the ones who decide who wins this debate.
So I did already put up a poll with the prompt, democracy doesn't work, agree or disagree. And so far, 80% say agree. Only 5 votes, but we'll keep that up for a little while. Then by the end, we'll see if anybody's mind was changed.
Also, if you guys have any questions that you think got left on the table or anything you think got missed, go ahead and chuck a couple bucks into the tip jar and give us your question. And those questions will end up in the part where you guys are choosing. So that said, one more time, democracy does not work. So Steelborne, you are the captain for the affirmative team. Sir, who is going to be the first opener?
I'm going to go first.
All right, going first. The Edomites are an ancient Semitic people inhabiting the land of Edom, located south of the Dead Sea and what is now southwestern Jordan and Israel. According to the Hebrew Bible, they were descendants of Esau, the twin of Jacob, making them close relatives of the Israelites, though the two nations were freaking adversaries. Well, there you go. I'd probably say no, probably not. Money Mayweather doesn't really have much money. Now, does he? All right, let's do it.
I'm going to go first. Fantastic.
Oh, yeah, guys, don't forget, we did switch up the goal in the first hour. We just need $5 to keep the rest of the stream ad-free.
Well, then in that case, 3 minutes is going on the clock. Steelborne, please tell the folks why democracy does not work.
All right, so tonight I'm going to be affirming the resolution that democracy does not work. Now, let's define what it means for a political system to work. A political system works if it consistently produces competent governance, promotes national stability, protects the long-term interests of a nation, and leaves future generations better off than the present one. I contend that democracy actually fails on all 4 counts here. So I have 4 arguments. Each one of them I have in a syllogistic form. Makes it a little easier for everybody to understand the argument. First argument is that democracy creates political tribalism and destroys national unity. Premise 1, any political system that rewards division will produce division. Premise 2, democracy rewards politicians for dividing citizens into competing voting blocks.
True. Shout out to Lost Voice in the Machine. Welcome to the party. Says democracy ever worked? Well, for periods of time. A little bit. Sometimes. It always ends in ruin. But, I mean, hey, what doesn't? We also got Sweet Tooth in the building. Welcome to the party, guys. Very good to see you. Make sure you hit the poll. Democracy does not work. Agree or disagree.
Premise 2, democracy rewards politicians for dividing citizens into competing voting blocks. Therefore, democracy produces division. In democratic systems, politicians do not gain power by uniting the nation. They gain power by mobilizing one group against another. Elections reward outrage, fear, identity politics, and partisan loyalty. Over time, citizens begin to identify less with their nation and more with their political tribe. The result is increasing polarization, social fragmentation, and declining national cohesion. My second argument is that democracy assumes an informed electorate. Most people are either too stupid or too busy to govern effectively.
True.
Again, the syllogism here is pretty straightforward. A system that depends on informed decision-making cannot function properly when most decision-makers are uninformed. Premise 2, democracy depends on informed decision-making by voters. Premise 3, most voters lack either the time, expertise, or incentive to become informed on complex political issues.
The problem I already see with this is that you're going to create a class of the higher ups and the elites and the non-elites, which is essentially the problem that we already have. Because who gets to decide who is qualified to vote or not? And that's kind of a That's kind of the opposite of what this project is supposed to be. Like, I guess theoretically, being an ortho bro, if you could get your Eastern Orthodox Church to be in charge of everything, then you wouldn't have no problem with authoritarianism because it could be in your favor. But that's not really what America's supposed to be. So, I mean, I agree with all the issues that he brought up, but I don't know how that is, how well that's going to be, how well it's going to stand up to scrutiny.
Therefore, democracy cannot properly function. Modern governments manage economics, foreign policy, energy infrastructure, demographics, trade, and national security. Most citizens have jobs, families, and personal responsibilities. It is unreasonable to expect the average voter to become an expert in these fields, and as a result, elections often become contests of emotion, popularity, and marketing rather than competence. My third argument is that democracy prioritizes short-term political gain over long-term national prosperity. The syllogism is this.
Before he says the syllogism, take a guess. Do you think I have this sped up, or do you think this is how he's normally speaking?
As a short-term political gain over long-term national prosperity. The syllogism is this. Any system that rewards short-term incentives will neglect long-term interests. Democratic politicians are rewarded primarily for winning the next election. Therefore, Democratic politicians will prioritize short-term benefits over long-term solutions. This explains why every democracy in history has repeatedly struggled with national debt, housing shortages, declining birth rates, failing infrastructure, and other long-term challenges. Politicians gain votes by delivering immediate benefits while delaying costs into the future.
Hey, shout out to Testicle Johnson. Welcome to the party. I don't necessarily know about that, but in the same kind of vein, the reason I asked if I thought anybody thought that I sped this up was because I always talk about when you are reading something, especially if the viewers, your debate partner, whoever, cannot see it. You can't read faster and less, more monotone. You have to read, you have to slow down and be more, what's the word? Not elaborate. Not articulate. Come on.
Stupid.
Enunciating. I don't know. You know what I mean. But not sped up and just exactly. Always slow down when reading nerd shit. And so, as much as I talked about talk about the fact that your opening statement is not just presenting the ideas, it's your way to open up the emotional side of the unfortunate reality that these things are not strictly intellectual. That's what I love. Shout out to Average Debate Enjoyer. Tyler always has a lot of entertainment value in his opening statements, and I think that is not the reason why he wins a lot of debates, but the reason that he goes into the actual open debate with a little bit more. So how would you elect the most competent? And what if the most competent are immoral? Agreed. We got love and compassion. Welcome. Emphatic. You have to be, that's it's going to come to me in like an hour. But yeah, you guys know what I mean. You know what I mean. Welcome to the party. Lost Voice said communism is just a tool to control control. Democracy is rule by stupid, and anarchism is pure depraved chaos. I mean, the world's a beautiful place, right? A beautiful place. And so this is the other question that I'm waiting to see what the affirmative says about this, because very clearly we have a democratic republic, which is a form of democracy. And so if we're saying that it can't work at all, then that means that no form of it, because it doesn't say direct democracy. That would be an easy debate. Direct democracy does not work. I mean, unless you got like 5 people. Other than that, I mean, I mean, people can discuss shit, but you gotta be quiet about it. Shh. I mean, true, it is depressing, but would it be better, or would it be worse? Hello. Welcome. Guys, if you are new here, please do hit that subscribe. I am live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. We just had a movie night last night. That is the movie night goal that you see on your screen. 250 points for the week gets us a free movie night over on Rumble. We just watched The Princess Bride We got to get all the. I'm a first generation American, and I didn't get any movies passed down from my parents really. So there's a whole bunch of classic movies. I'd never seen it before, and we got to get through them. Welcome. I want to make something clear. Old democracy is what the foundation. Periods, brother. Use some periods. Modern democracy is why the world is so horrible and elitist. And so there you go. So the what form of democracy? A democratic republic is a form of democracy. Imagine complaining about democracy in a democracy when if it were any other system, you couldn't. Classics. Again, disagree, but fair point. So let's see how this is shaping up. Let's see what direction they're going.
Politicians gain votes by delivering immediate benefits while delaying cost into the future. The next election matters more than the next generation.
True.
My fourth and last argument is that democracy enables the present generation to exploit future generations. A system is unjust when those making decisions do not bear the cost of those decisions. Premise 2, democratic voters and politicians can impose costs on future generations that cannot vote. Therefore, democracy allows unjust exploitation of future generations. Through debt accumulation, inflationary policies, unfunded obligations, and short-sighted economic decisions, current voters can effectively vote themselves benefits while spending the bill to their children and grandchildren. Future citizens have no representation despite bearing many of the consequences. You guys care if I take another 30 seconds to finish this up?
You just keep going, buddy.
All right.
Go for
And
it.
finally,
Do
democracy often selects for popularity rather than competence. Premise 1, a selection system produces the traits it rewards. Premise 2, elections reward charisma, fundraising ability, media performance, and popularity. Therefore, elections tend to select for those traits rather than competence in governance. These skills required to win an election are not necessarily the skills required to govern a nation. So in conclusion, democracy does not work because it systematically rewards division over unity, popularity over competence, short-term thinking over long-term stewardship, and present interests over future generations. These are not accidental failures. They are predictable outcomes of the incentives built into the democratic system. Now remember, the prompt is not, does democracy work and have problems?
Well, you know what? I'll give you that based on the fact that he's not using the time to use more emphatic language. So the fact that he's breezing through it and went over, I'll give you that. Otherwise, I don't think going over by a little bit is that big of a deal. Did you guys hear about the guy who was at the town meeting talking against the AI data center, and he went 5 seconds over time, and they arrested him? Fuck the police.
Does democracy does democracy work and have problems? Or does democracy have problems, but it's just better than all the rest? No, does it work? I gave you a criteria for what makes a governing system work.
So I think this should have been an opening of what does it mean for democracy not to work. First, we definitely need a definition of democracy itself. But what qualifies working or doesn't work? I think somebody here in the chat asked exactly that. How are we judging whether or not something works? I mean, is it killing everybody? Is it making the nation prosperous? Is it happiness? What are we talking about? And I agree. I think he is making good points. But I can definitely see where the other side, he certainly didn't end the debate in his opening. Let's put it that way. Is that about the 5 seconds guy? Yeah, arrested.
It's just better than all the rest. No, does it work? I gave you a criteria for what makes a governing system work. Democracy fails on all 4 counts.
Oh, that's true. Okay, fair enough. He did give the 4 points. That was more general, but okay, yeah, fair.
All right. And now, Kay, who is going to be cross-examining?
And so, yeah, that is an important thing to establish. But notice how we're watching it, and I have the time to pause it and talk about it and all that stuff. Maybe that goes in the other direction. But he did explicitly say all 4 points. He said, I have 4 points. He said the 4 points, and then he ended saying, those are my 4 points, and it falls on all 4 points. However, as we're sitting here, we can any of you name the 4 points that he made? That would be a great way to make sure that people understand the bottom line. You go through your whole thing, 4 points. This, that, And that is why democracy doesn't work. Hey, shout out to Nikki Dark Angel. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So democracy works, it's just a bad system. When democracy functions as intended, it is mob rule. The majority has the power, the minority doesn't. Bingo. Yep. For instance, more than 80% of the country do not wish to give as much foreign aid to Israel as currently done, but both parties continue to do that. That isn't democracy. True. Well, that's not. I mean, again, the fact that the democracy is not being represented is a slightly different thing. So that's why I'm trying to see where they're going with it. Okay, I seen you, brother. There was one thing that I said that I was like, I hope he's here for that, but I don't remember what it was. It was early on, but
Who is going to be cross-examining Steelborne?
and so that's how it works. So captain starts, and then they this team picks somebody to cross-examine him, and then that person opens, and then they pick someone to cross-examine, and they go all around, and then it is a 3v3, but it's not like a panel. They are matching up 1-to-1. So interesting way to set this up. Why am I frozen? I'm frozen. There we go. Yeah, representative. Well, I mean, yeah, but it's a republic is a representative democracy. That's what we mean. And so again, if direct was at the beginning of this prompt, then we don't even need to have the conversation. Obviously, it doesn't work. Law said moral decay, economic development. Brother, you gotta use some punctuation. Moral decay, economic development, quality of life, rule of law / is the law fair and equal to all and all. I don't know. I get lost. I'm just reading individual words now. You got to use some kind of way to frame it, so I understand what you're saying. Nikki said, if America was formed on the notion that there can be no taxation without representation, shouldn't people who are net tax burdens be prohibited from voting? I like that.
Yeah, we found that to be a problem, so we decided.
You absolutely can write in whoever you want. Box writes in Cenk Uygur every year.
To democratically vote on it, and we decided on Searka.
I get the joke because they said they were going to democratically vote on it.
Yep, no worries. Okay, and there we go.
Ready?
Yep, 3 minutes is on the clock, Searka. This is your time to use as you see fit, cross-examine or rebut.
And some of you may recognize our boy Searka there. I've debated him on religion and stuff like that. Nice. Actually, I remember his mic is super quiet, so hopefully their mic sounds aren't too far apart. But I'll see what we got to do.
Okay, Steelborne, what is necessary for a syllogism to be true?
Necessary for a syllogism to be true. The premises have to be true, and then the conclusion has to logically follow.
Sound.
Yes, valid.
Already, we are 10 seconds in, and Searka has already interrupted Steelborne. He asked a very direct question, was getting a very direct answer, and had to interrupt him. Come on, man.
To be true, the premises have to be true, and then the conclusion has to logically follow.
Sound.
Yes, valid. That's what valid means.
In every way, every premise, right?
Yes.
Okay. Everything you said about democracy being able to fail in different ways, that is true. Is it exclusive to democracy?
Nope.
Then how is your syllogism?
What? So every form of government must not work in order for democracy not to work. We're not talking about other forms of government. We're talking about democracy.
True.
It doesn't say exclusively that democracy has these failings, but democracy does have these failings.
Mm-hmm.
Does democracy exclusively always have those failings?
That's been the historic trend.
You're making the claim that democracy always fails.
No, he explicitly just said that's a historical trend. That means not always. Listen, Linda, listen.
So you think that corruption or factionalization always happen within democracy in a failing way?
Yes.
Okay. And then second, you mentioned popularity and how popularity is a common thing for democracy. Is that exclusive to democracy?
Again, why does that matter?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay, so
And I mean, fine, if he's building up to something that, like, the fact that it is a common thing in all forms of a government or ruling or whatever, fine if he's building up to that point, fair enough. But it doesn't matter.
Not necessarily, no.
This is not about,
okay,
is democracy the
what
best?
exactly are you comparing it to?
What am I comparing it to there? Well, republics
Yeah.
can also function in a similar way as a democracy, where basically
That's
like
a form of
whoever the
democracy,
senators.
so that would be a bad idea, right?
Well, it's not the same. Democracy tends to be more so a universal suffrage, where with the republic you can have much more limited suffrage.
You said tends to be, so you already understand that a form of democracy, a democratic ideal like republic.
Yes, Frank, yes, you can. There is always a write-in option on any ballot, bro. What are you talking about? Did you really not know that, or are you trolling? It's like a meme that people vote for Mickey Mouse and shit as a protest thing. Yes, you can write in anyone you want in any election. You got to be trolling. You got to be trolling. Remember when Frank actually was a maverick? Oh, you never voted, but you're fucking. Oh my god. Then maybe get your dick out of your ass and learn some shit. Remember when you used to be cool? What happened to you? Did you get divorced or something? What happened to you?
Where the republic you can have much more limited suffrage.
You said tends to be.
All right, let's try that again. Thank you. Lost voice in the machine. So basically, the reason why or determine democracy is bad is because moral decay, economic development, quality of life, rule of law isn't fair and equal, corruption, etc. There you go. There you go. Commas will work as well, but I appreciate the extra characters. Make me. You're a loser, and you used to be cool, and something makes me think I hit a nerve, and that you did actually get divorced. I'm sorry if that happened, but don't take it out on me. Don't take it out on me. Don't take it out on my chat. You can go cry and bitch anywhere you want, but not here. Like I said, the constitutional republic is democratic. It just isn't direct democracy, which does fail because of the nature of majority versus minority politics. Yup, it's a type of democracy.
Universal suffrage, where with the republic you can have much more limited suffrage.
You said tends to be, so you already understand that a form of democracy, a democratic ideal like republicanism in this way, is not a good argument, right?
I'm not necessarily making an argument there. I'm just saying that it's not unique to democracy.
Outside
but
of a
democracy still has the
form
problem.
of democratic government, outside of a form of democratic government, why don't you give me a comparator that's not a form of democratic?
I'd be like, nope, I don't feel like I want to do that. That's not what this debate is. This debate isn't here. I'm going to present you with a better or a perfect or even better form of government. It is simply the statement: democracy does not work. He has established what it means for something not to work, and he has made the argument that democracy meets the threshold of what does not work. Whether you agree or disagree, that's where we're at. That's where we're at, bro.
Government outside of a form of democratic government. Why don't you give me a comparator that's not a form of democratic government? What are you putting forth?
I don't have to offer another system just to say that democracy doesn't work.
Are you sure? You think you have no burden?
Testing.
No, I don't have a burden.
What
to give
does work? Because everything you mentioned is true for every single form of government.
Yeah, government sucks. Anarchy! Anarchy!
I don't see how you've somehow proven the syllogisms.
Well, if you want to give the counter, like what would be a counter to all these that wouldn't have these failings, I would say monarchy doesn't have these failings. I'm not even necessarily arguing for monarchy, but monarchy doesn't have a popularity contest and such.
Monarchy doesn't have popularity contests?
Nope.
It's a bloodline.
Uh,
Was that it, Tessie?
Last part. You mentioned competence in governance, as in like you can measure what competence in governance looks like. What does competence in governance look like?
So I actually laid
How
out.
do you
Yeah,
measure that?
I defined this and laid it out.
Oh no, it was is that K from the debate? Searka 2026. I like Searka, but it feels like he's a very book smart dude, but the gears just go a little bit slow. were. Like
monarchy doesn't have
so he's saying, you're talking about the popularity of democracy, and Steelborne was like, all right, well, what about monarchy? There's no popularity there,
a popularity contest.
and very
Nope.
obviously not. Street doesn't need to put forth an alternative, but I feel it would help his argument. I don't know. It depends on how hard he was going to go. So let's say, for example, he was going to use monarchy, or he was going to use anarchy. Now he's setting something up to show that for the other side, for the negatives, to say, oh, this is bad about monarchy and that's bad about anarchism, and by not giving anything, then we stay on democracy. So I think for us as the viewers, it would help to understand where that side is going to put forth an alternative. But as the debater, that you're giving ammo to the other side. Lost Voice said, the reason why democracy today is so bad, in my opinion, is law. The law in today's society is pure legality. And I've ran out of words, so I will continue in the next message. Saying, all right, well, in all of history, there's been law and morality. Morality has decided right and wrong, good and evil. Legality was just supposed to enforce morality. Yep, but unfortunately, because of the way that we evolve, it can't really work that way, even if people like Christians or Muslims will say, well, we've got the magic answer. Just listen to our book. It's never going to work over a long enough period of time because of how people evolve. And I don't even necessarily mean in like a Darwinian way. I just mean society changes. Like I said, people who do think the constitutional republic is the best form of government just want to be told what to do, like subjects. They lack the fortitude to be citizens. Oh man, we are getting into it. Shout out to the Wind Dog. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. No, that's not for you. We will see. Welcome.
Or monarchy, but monarchy doesn't have, a popularity contest and such.
Monarchy doesn't have popularity contest.
Nope.
Last part.
Got
you
'em.
mentioned competence in governance, as in like you can measure what competence in government looks like. What does competence in governance look like?
So I actually laid
How
out.
do you
Yeah,
measure that?
I defined this and laid it out. So
What does that
competence.
mean?
And so again, yes, he did, but I personally don't know. I asked you guys. Nobody was able to say it. So slight tweak, maybe get a little punchy line at the end to really nail down what you do say throughout your whole opening, and also be a little bit more emphatic so people can understand what you're saying.
Actually laid
How
out.
do you
Yeah,
measure that?
I defined this and laid it out. So
What does that
competence in
mean?
government is when it was when the government promotes national stability, protects the long-term interest of the nation, and leaves future generations better off than the present one.
And you think monarchies don't do any of that?
See, exactly, Tessie. This is what I'm saying. So now Searka's asking all about monarchy and this and that and that and the other. Why does that matter? Because now Searka doesn't have to contend with the argument that Steelborne put forward that democracy does not work. Tessie said, back in the day, if a politician was fucking up, they'd take him to the town square and cut off their head. Parade it through the town. I'm not bed boasting. That was just a descriptive fact. Yeah, I mean, worse than the Game of Thrones. Shame. Lost Voice said, but in today's society, morality has been removed from legality, creating a cold checklist system with no morality and pure cold, depraved order. So I'll start these, let you get those out, and so you don't gotta rush. It definitely should. But it is tough. It is tough when you have conflicting dogmatic ideologies, which is why the secular structure must be the superseding, and you behave under your religion just on your own because you're a good person that follows that. Nikki said, as a person with a monarch, where are you from? I thought. As a person with a monarch, it definitely has popularity contests. If it becomes too unpopular, it leads to a constitutional crisis. Fair, but I think the comparatively the level, like, I wish Searka had said that, but he just said because I mean, I don't know much about it, and so I'm not going to say, oh no, that's not the case. But I think the level of popularity in a monarchy versus a any kind of democracy or republic is going to be different. So yeah, part one. Oh, part two. Without. So what did we say? Yeah. So it used to be morality and legality together. Now it's just a cold checklist, but also without legality and pure morality. It would just be pure emotional tribal chaos with no actual system, and it would break down. And that's the difficulty, right? That's the difficulty of the human experiment of how the fuck do we do this shit. And that's just like, you know, I just started the Substack. I dropped my first actual article yesterday. Check your email, check your Substack. And I think it's okay, but I definitely see some places where it's like, okay, I got to do better next time. I got to tweak this. I'm going to tweak that. We're still doing that with humanity and figuring out how do we do that. Oh, you're Canadian. I forgot. Like, I knew it in the back of my head, but I forgot until right now that Canada had a monarchy at all.
It's better off than the present one.
And you think monarchies don't do any of that?
I think monarchies tend to do that much more than democracies.
Bingo.
Right. That's exactly what I was saying. That you're saying it definitely has popularity contest aspect to it as well. But as I just said,
Long-term interest of the nation and leaves future generations better off than the present one.
And you think monarchies don't do any of that?
I think monarchies tend to do that much more than democracies.
got him. Shout out to JL, another Canadian. Welcome. Guys are doing work, huh? Is America still even in it? I don't even know. I'm not a sports guy in general, but I do like the culture of it. But I don't know, it's eluded me so far. Welcome. We got a 3v3 debate. Democracy does not work. Make sure you hit the poll. I'm going to end the early poll now, and then we'll do it again at the end.
I don't know what history you're using, but it's certainly not ours.
True. You definitely live in a different universe. Loss of Voice, just out of curiosity, why are you deleting every chat? That's a red flag. That usually means that some shady shit is going on. And I mean, it's up here whether you delete it or not. So if you have a reason, let me know, please.
No, is that really?
All right.
Yep.
So 3 minutes is done. 3 minutes is now going to go on the clock for you, Searka, for your opening. Go ahead and start it up when you're ready.
Yeah. Well, I mean, are you not doing that? Holy shit, what? Maybe because it's a new one. That's fucking weird. All right, if you weren't doing anything, then ignore me. But it kept saying... It kept saying that you were deleting it. So I mean, I don't care personally. It's just if it's just a thing that you do, then it's not a problem. It's a red flag. So if you're just doing it just to do it, that's totally fine. I just wanted to make sure some shady shit wasn't going on. You're good.
Ready, sir.
Oh, snap.
Oh, it's my turn?
Yeah.
I thought. Whoa. Wait, we don't get to pick openings as well?
Yeah, no, this is how it's always worked, my friend. Whoever you choose to go after, the person who cross-examines then goes next. So
yeah, that's fine.
Searka's
Right
up.
back again.
So go ahead, Searka.
So democracy does not work because human beings are good. Democracy works because human beings are dangerous. I'm going to take a lean into what Steelborne said in certain ways. I think this is kind of the center. It is not a question of whether voters can be ignorant or whether majorities can be cruel or whether institutions can decay and be corrupt or whether public opinion can be manipulated. All of what that is and what Steelborne said is in some ways true. The question is, though, Compared to what? And as we heard,
No, it's not.
Steelborne-
No, it's not. It literally is not the question at all. It doesn't say democracy is better than. It doesn't say democracy does this, does that, anything but not work.
didn't really have a good answer.
Don't need one.
Every regime is run by human beings, even a monarchy. Voters are
Really?
fallible. Rulers are fallible.
Really?
Judges are fallible.
No.
Clergy is fallible. Everyone that I can think of is fallible.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Dilly dilly. Bringing some big brain new ideas to the debate sphere. That people are fallible. Wow.
So the other side does not win by proving democracy can just fail.
Yeah, they do, bro.
Every regime fails. They have to show that their alternative handles
I think that's a concession. I think you just conceded the debate. That along with every other form of government, democracy is going to fail.
so you can just fail. Every regime fails. They have to show that their alternative handles this better. So who holds the authority? Who interprets that authority?
This is why it is so important to understand each and every word of the prompt.
Controls public force? What happens when authority fails? What
You're
happens
just
to
rambling.
dissenters? What happens to losers?
This is like when people don't know what to say, and so they ask themselves easy questions. Do I know what I'm going to say next? No. Are you going to be able to determine what I'm going to say next? No. But do I have a thing that I am going to say eventually? Yes. And is that thing going to be something important? Yes.
Come on, man.
Say the thing, please. Say the thing, please. Losers.
Loser!
Yeah, is America still in it? Both morality and legality in a marriage. There's no purity in society, no beauty. It's just a cold, moralless, maybe amoral, system that acts like a checklist, not justice. Fair enough.
Fails. What happens to dissenters? What happens to losers? In the form of government that Steelborne just mentioned, losers are eliminated.
Yeah. Number
Now,
one.
that may sound really good for the winners, but it certainly isn't a history that's good for the losers.
Oh, the funniest thing is that when he said sounds good for the winners, already in my head, I was like, yeah, it does sound good for the other team. He meant like the winners in the government.
For the winners, but it certainly isn't a history that's good for the losers. I think our position is a little bit more
Win
simple.
more.
Democracy works because it keeps power answerable, and failure is contestable, and losers civic. I think democracy allows for a continuous institutional actualization of something that we can akin to civic will. All it means is that public power must remain answerable to the people who live under it. But no majority, court, ruler, party, emergency authority, or human interpreter of moral truth gets to possess that very field. Voting does not get to create truth. Voting creates answerability.
Less than 10 minutes, guys. Keep the show and free. Collectively, you just need $5. There's 6 of you here.
It's one way in which a democratic form of government can remain or keep its government answerable institution. A majority can govern inside this. It just cannot possess it. Courts can protect democratic conditions. They cannot own the meaning of that. Experts can advise public judgment, but they cannot rule through competence. That's not going to work. Moral authority may be able to judge politics, but the interpreter of that judgment is still human.
So this is an area where, what did he just say before that? Experts can advise public, but they cannot
Rule through competence.
They can't rule through competence. That was what Steelborne was saying, that we need to make sure that the elites are the only ones that are voting. And that don't work very well.
Not going to work. Moral authority may be able to judge politics, but
Oh, that's what it was, Tessie. Don't tell Confluence I'm cheating on him.
the interpreter of that judgment is still human and fallible. And the loser is the test. A democracy is not only a system where people can win, it is a system where political defeat does not become political annihilation. If the loser can still speak, organize, litigate, vote, and persuade, and return, then the civic field remains wider than just the victor. This is
No. You said that in the chat on Horseradish's thing. You're like, don't tell Confluence that I'm cheating on him for the debate here that we're covering.
why democracy works. Not because it saves us from politics, like Steelborne seems to think we need some answer, but because it keeps politics from being a possession. And I'll end it then.
Shout out to Confluence. Ever since his new job, I used to hop on his panel after we were done here, but both he and I have changed the way we do things, where I do my after party on YouTube now. He ends earlier, so I don't get to see him as much. But shout out to Confluence. Funny dude.
Steelborne, who's going to cross-examine Searka?
Abe can do it.
Abe. All right. Let's see. That would be boom.
Okay, I talked to Abe. I'm gonna do the cross exam.
Oh.
Quick.
Oh, you want to do it? That's fine. I don't care.
Okay, so Emmett.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Me.
Yeah, we'll do Emmett.
Very cool.
Mm.
That would be A2.
So,
Let me guess, Emmett. This is going to turn into, well, how are you grounding that in morality? It's like he has one argument, and because morality is somewhat relevant to basically everything, he just runs that same exact argument over and over and over and over and over. He will mash that into anything. I have trouble. I have trouble with him. I definitely do.
Well, hold on.
Let
There
me
you
know
go.
when-
Yeah, go ahead and get it started. Sorry.
okay, so in your idea, you said that we have to provide a system that works, correct? And the idea that when you look at all the other different ideas, the losers usually are not very happy with the process. For example, in the Weimar Republic, when it falls
The Women Republic? I'm pretty sure he meant the Weimar Republic.
prey, and all of the things that happened were pretty much voted in, were the losers happy?
No, but that was moving away from
Okay.
democracy, wasn't it? Or did you forget that
Thank you
part?
very much for that. For example, right now we have places that are supposed to be completely democratic, like Russia. Is Russia right now a democratic system that is working perfectly and is not falling into any kind of authoritarianism?
Is Russia moving towards a more democratic system or more towards a non-democratic system?
Don't answer a question with a question. And I mean, again, love or hate him, coming in with a strong, not necessarily aggressive, but a strong showing of how about this, how about this, how about this, how about this. As long as you are actually letting the person answer the question and you're not gish galloping, it's not a bad tactic. It's just that, again, Emmett only ever makes one argument. Shout out to Seth. Welcome to the party. So democracy works for opinion polling, not for decision making. Fair. I like that. Welcome. Very good to see you.
Well, it would depend on the people who are there. They would tell you that they vote. Do they vote?
Why do I care what they think? Why don't you analyze it?
Well, it's
I thought he was elected.
it's the people, right?
Oh,
The
he's made
people that are
champion,
living in their system, they will tell you that they vote. Is that correct?
Does their vote mean anything?
Yet again, answering a question with a question.
Do they have to mean anything? I don't know where part in your statement you said that they have to be the democratic system has to
Are
be.
you
You said
again?
that
Are
it's
you
contestable
asking me? Are
power.
you trying to ask me? Are you trying to ask
No,
me?
I'm
if
not.
Democracy.
Yes, I'm
can
not trying to ask
fail?
you that. I'm trying to ask you a question. So listen to the question so you can answer it. Well, you were
Then
saying that it's
question better.
contestable power, but I'm contesting the idea of the contestable power. We have systems that are supposed to be democratic, where you're supposed to vote, and you yourself are saying that their vote
Mhm.
is meaningless.
Yeah,
so
it's failed.
would you
The
say that-
democratic ideal is no longer there.
Dusty. No, Emmett is a bad person. Farmer guy said, Emmett is not nice, but he's a good meanie. Just like, nah.
it is
So it's
there.
moving
They're
away
voting.
from
They're-
it's moving away from democracy. If you think about it,
I think that is the problem with democracy. Democracy will always move away from itself.
A
when it comes
problem
to
of
the
democracy
core
is moving
ruler
away
or
from
power.
democracy.
So we'll go back to that in a second. Nikki, so the problem with democracy is that an enormous amount of stupid people think they're intelligent enough to solve complex problems with feelings and vibes. And I do agree, but I do, and maybe this is going back to my normie lefty brain, but it does seem like there is a principle that we don't just silence people because we don't like what they're saying. I think the path should be like, it's a problem because people are stupid. The goal is to create an awareness of what level of education or understanding do you have to have. I don't know exactly, but that seems to be where a lot of arguments for not letting other people vote. It just I don't like what they say, so I don't want them to vote, so I win. It's like, well, that's not really winning.
When it comes to that's a problem with democracy. It will always go away to some tyrannical form.
Is this
you
Schrodinger's
said that-
democracy?
I don't know.
Right, exactly. And so we could go all the way to the schools. If our education is good enough that kids are coming out of high school with an understanding, then it's not really that big of an issue. The issue is that they don't understand. 30 seconds, guys. Stop the ads for the whole night.
It's your position. So is it Schrodinger's? Is there ever been a democracy?
There have been forms of democracy that are chasing the ideal, yeah.
So
Shout out to Exa Driller. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you. We are watching the 3v3 DMZ debate. Democracy does not work. Nikki said, I don't think people should be silenced. I just think there should be minimal barriers to vote, like getting off your ass and showing up to do so with a valid ID. Agreed. Said I will fix to solve everything. All right, let's hear it. The Fed set the price of bud to 0% fixed. Then it's a natural floor for many products and pacifies less attentive opinions. If it doesn't beat weed, it's not worth selling. Say more on this, because I feel like you're kind of tongue-in-cheek, but I like where this is going. Say more on this. I'm interested. You've piqued my interest. I believe everyone, aside from minors, should be allowed to vote. I think prisoners should be allowed to vote. That's a whole other discussion. But yeah, I'm stuck. I was very much taken aback by the notion of repeal the 19th. Because of essentially what I just said, that it's like, oh, you don't like how women vote, so you just take them out of the voting pool and you get to win instead of actually having to do the politicking. But I do see that there's a biological difference in the way that women are able to be reached. I really don't know, man. It's tough. It is tough. Shout out to Dick Johnson. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you. What is going on? Welcome. It used to be, and now it kind of makes sense because it's not about, oh, these people are informed and just see a different option. It's about these people are not willing to learn. That's a slightly different thing, and I don't know. I'm just. I go back and forth. See, I went and voted during Nixon versus Kennedy. It's hilarious. Let me guess. They all voted for Kennedy. They all voted for Kennedy because he's just so pretty. Welcome to the party, guys.
There have been forms of democracy that are chasing the ideal, yeah.
So it depends upon you if they're true democracies or not?
No, it does not depend on me.
What does it depend on?
It depends on if it's moving towards an ideal, like a democratic one.
Okay, can you please tell me what's ideal?
Inclusivity, effective participation. All these are available in Britannica.
That's another one I go back and forth on. Like it's very clear that it's not just as easy as, oh, we're just going to vote this way and everything's going to go perfect. I think there's a lot of aspects of conflicting votes, but I feel that this is a slightly bad road to go down, because at least if you're voting, if it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. But if it does and you decide not to, well, then you're fucked.
Effective participation. All these are available in Britannica, if you're unaware of that.
Wait, what did he say?
Ideal, like a democratic one.
Okay, can you please tell me what's ideal?
Inclusivity, effective participation. All these are available in Britannica, if you're unaware of that.
Okay.
Hey, a shout out to Jessica Johnson with the $2 make you holla. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Every single donation every single donation comes with a treat for the Overlord. And if we hit that goal, then every $2 is another push-up. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. And of course, that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Very much appreciated. So Seth was saying make weed free, and then everything else should be compared to that. But the flower itself is literally a weed, $0 value. It stomps out the underground trade, and what's really fucked is we could grow higher quality timber if we let hemp be and take that market corner. Sounds good to me. I like it. Dilly dilly to that. Weed fixes everything, guys. It's from the Earth, man. Shout out again to Dusty Johnson. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. Let's dive back.
They're available in Britannica, if you're unaware of that.
Okay. I have another question real quick. What is the moral authority in this system?
Told you.
The moral authority? I mean, technically, the people themselves are the answer to the institutions. So the institutions must serve them. The moral authority would be everyone within the society.
So the moral authority is everyone. Thank you so much, Horseradish.
Mm-hmm.
You're muted.
Yes, I'm sorry. All right. So, Emmett, 3 minutes is on the clock now for you, sir. Go ahead and start it up when you're ready.
Thank you. So as we demonstrate, by the way, I'm going to give you the 38 seconds back that the Steelborne took so that we are on normal terms. I don't think I'm going to take that long. First of all, thank you so much for having me on. When we see this idea of the
Tell him I said nothing at all.
democracy, for example, when he's talking about the moral authority, who is the moral authority? There is no moral authority. It's supposed to be the people. But if we talk about, for example, Russia, and I said, well, the people say that they're living in a democracy. He says that they're not. They're no longer living in a democracy. The problem with one of the big problems that I see with this system, that it doesn't really work, is that it moves towards some kind of authoritarianism. We see it in, for example, the Roman Republic. It ended up in the empire. These kind of systems, because, as stated by Steelborne, are so divisive, they become very unstable. You have two parties, they're looking for power, and power is not something that is shared. In reality, power is the idea that you can do what you want. Normally, when we talk about moral authority, we're talking about what we ought to do, what is the good thing that we should do. If there is no actual moral authority, as stated by Searka, anybody is the moral authority. So all of
You can't have any conversation without bringing it back to, well, God is morality.
the people, for example, that will go on and abuse others, okay, all the people that will go on and do whatever they want because of selfish desires, they will be actually justified in what they're doing. And we're not only giving those people vote, but we are making our society more unstable thanks to their desires and the fact that we don't have an actual moral authority. So yes, democracy ends up being Schrödinger box. We don't know what it is. Is it an actual democracy? Is that true Scotsman fallacy here? That's not an actual democracy, even though they have the power to vote and supposedly they are voting for the people that are representing them. And at the end of the day, what they will go is try to move in between those two things. It is not a democracy, and it is a democracy at the same time. And by the way, we don't have to present the perfect system to say that the system that we are under is a system that is not working, and we have the status given by Steelborne as to why is it not working. with that, I will finish my opening statement. Thank you so much.
All right.
That 38 seconds
Okay.
and 2 more.
Who's going to cross-examine Emmett?
Oh, Jesus.
I will.
You will? All right. All right. Kay, 3 minutes is on the clock. Go ahead.
I hate this shit. I hate it so much. I hate all the like, in case you didn't actually see, it is just a picture of people making out that's, oh, woo, and that objectively working and democracy. Cool, bro. What are we doing? What are we doing?
Go ahead and cross-examine when you see fit.
Yeah, Emmett, earlier you said democracy is bad when it moves away from democracy. So
Oh yeah, I meant to pick up on that. He was like, "Well, that's what democracy does. It always moves away," and framing that as a bad thing. So if we have democracy and it doesn't move away from democracy, the opposite of his statement would be that would be a good thing that we maintain democracy, just according to his own words.
yeah, Emmett, earlier you said democracy is bad when it moves away from democracy. So are you saying
Leftists, leftists. Shout out to Equality and Deference because vagina. Over on Rumble, welcome to the party. Said, liked, and shared. Oh, thank you so very, very much. You guys know that stuff really, really does help. It's quick, it's easy. It doesn't take you a lot. It takes about 1 second, and it helps out so very, very much. And with sharing the video, it does not even matter. If you think anybody's going to click on the link just by you telling the platform you want more people to see it, they will show it to more people. Thank you. Welcome to Equality. Well, and that's kind of where Searka, who you'll recognize, I've debated him before, Equality saying governments by nature don't work, it be retarded. And I agree. And so democracy is a form of government. And so they're trying to, one of the cross-examinations before, the person on the negative side saying that democracy does work was asking the person on the affirmative saying that democracy doesn't work. Well, what other form of government is better or worse or whatever? And for this debate, it does not matter. We're not saying democracy is better than X. It's not saying there is a better governmental structure than democracy. It simply is democracy does not work. You gotta make sure you don't prompt cuck yourself. Understand every word of the prompt before you even start prepping.
earlier you said democracy is bad when it moves away from democracy. So are you saying democracy is the thing we want? It is the ideal and it's bad when we move away from that system?
I said that it doesn't work because it's not working in accordance with the idea of democracy, right? I didn't say bad. I said
no, not
democracy
right. That's not
will.
what you said.
I didn't say
Stole that from Confluence, to be fair.
bad. I believe that I said democracy will always tend to lead to authoritarianism.
You did say that it was bad when that democracy is bad because it moves away from
Okay.
democracy.
Then I
I agree with equality, saying you can make it better or worse. Making it worse, for example, by letting retarded, oversized children with tits. Are they women though? Making them work definitely makes things worse. But what I was saying earlier is that where is the line when we're saying, okay, I don't like that person's ideas, and so instead of presenting better ideas, I'm just going to take them out of the voting pool. When does that become what we're doing? I don't. That's a genuine question. I don't know.
tend to lead to authoritarianism.
You did say that it was bad when that democracy is bad because it moves away from
Okay.
democracy.
Yep, and that's the question. Steelborne did give 4 points of what working means, but I don't remember what they are, so I'm sure that'll come up again. But that is the right question.
Then I
But-
apologize. I misspoke. The point is that democracy is moving away from its ideals, thus it's not moving towards more democracy. It's moving towards authoritarianism.
Okay, that's fair. And that's another aspect, like points to Emmett. To this is what when we talk about take the L's that you don't need to fight on, or another way to say it is pick your battles and don't die on that hill unless you need to. So if he did say that it's bad because it moves away from democracy. The implication being that we don't want to move away from democracy because democracy is good and this context works. But he's just like, okay, I misspoke. I was just saying it doesn't stay what it is. And so it can't be good because it doesn't stay what it is. Totally fair. Totally fair. Shout out to Bugs. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. Democracy could be two wolves and a sheep deciding what to have for dinner. Yep. They said, here's the thing. We presented better ideas, and the other side throws tantrums like children when they don't get their way. How do you deal with that? I don't know. That is why it is a genuine question. How do you deal with that? Is it fair? Is it principled to just take them out of the voting pool? I don't know. Maybe not. So we're a republic. We practice a form of democracy, but it's more than just a simple majority. Bingo. And that's why was it Searka? One of them was arguing that well, we do have democracy. No, I was going to say something else, but I don't remember what it is. Quality said, democracy is bad because it leads to authoritarianism. So the solution is to go right to authoritarian kingship. That's why we said when Steelborne was up there and Searka was asking, well, what's a better form of government? Don't even give that ground, because now we can talk about, is having a king better or worse than democracy, when that's not the debate. If it was democracy is better than monarchy or vice versa, then that would be relevant. But here, it's not. So it's just a throwaway thing. He picked one aspect of the popularity contest that democracy creates, and he's saying monarchy is better at that. But it's not the affirmative's job to present a better form of government. It's just to represent that democracy doesn't work. He said democracy doesn't work if dead people and kittens are voting. Very true. Very true.
What else does is not moving towards more democracy, it's moving towards authoritarianism.
Now, what did you mean when you said democracy is a moral authority? I thought it was just an ideal and a system of which people vote in for the
No, didn't you know that everything is about whether or not you believe in God?
representation to be heard.
I said that democracy doesn't have a moral authority.
Okay, and you think other systems do have moral authority?
Yeah, Christian
Yes.
nationalism.
And who gives that a moral authority?
Shout out to Hector. Welcome to the party. Said democracy is folklore. It's the faceless hero nobody actually ever met. But hey, what are the options? Very true. Welcome to the party. They don't send ballots to dead kittens. They send them to registered voters who fill them out. Who fills them out is another matter. Indeed. Very easy to hijack. And exactly. Chloe said, I hate when zombies vote. They always vote for Michael Jackson. Good one. Oh, shit.
Yes.
And who gives that a moral authority?
Timer didn't even start.
It will be God.
You don't think God can be in a democracy?
Interesting.
What it has to do with anything. When you're talking about democracy, we're talking about the people.
Got
as
'em.
stated by Searka, in this case,
I mean, God
every
created
single
people,
person
right?
is the moral authority.
God
It
gave
has
people,
nothing to
right?
do with anything.
Did God create people? That's my question.
Sure.
Did he give them moral intuition?
I don't believe so.
Yeah. Fuck all that. I'm down to move it up to 25.
You don't believe God gave you the ability to parse right from wrong?
Not without him.
Right? I thought it was gonna go in a different direction. Shout out to Kay. We give it where it's due. I was gonna say it out loud, but that has to. You guys have to see it. You guys have to see it yourselves. My gun said so, Got him.
To parse right from wrong?
Not without him.
I mean, you're with God always. I mean, that's why we pray. That's why we say God is with you. If he is with every man and
I don't
gave us
know what
moral
you mean by
intuition,
those terms.
why can't we vote in a moral way?
Yeah, I don't know what you mean by those terms. And that doesn't mean that you can or cannot. It just means that the system itself is not based
on morality.
upon those terminologies.
We're the people that made
And
like America
yeah, can
religious people.
Oh, I did start the timer.
As a clarification, just to be sure, can a person that is not moral vote?
Yep.
An immoral person can vote, yes.
Okay, that's the point that I'm making.
What?
I mean, immoral people can get into power as well. If humans are sinful, which
Or 36. I mean, goddamn.
I mean, immoral people can get into power as well. If humans are sinful, which I think all humans are sinful, the leaders are as sinful as those who vote.
True.
Would you
So
want
what-
more like
Got him.
when we talk about a system outside of democracy, you're talking about fewer points of failure. You're talking about a few handful of people. That's easier to fall into sin and corruption than multitudes of people. There's hundreds of people who can check and balance and be like, no, listen, this is the moral way based off of their moral intuition. I think the church has actually a lot of power in our current democracy, which helps steer this country.
Which church?
Well, you could
And say, oh, it's so annoying. He's not actually engaging. He's like it's like, you guys ever heard of the Chinese room? It was a thought experiment about before AI. Let's actually do, oh, please give me a good video on this. This is exactly what Emmett is doing. The Chinese room thought experiment. Come on, give me a good one. Oh, I guess I've seen this one before. Shout out to the Open University.
60-second adventures in thought. Number 3, the Chinese room.
So again, what I'm saying is that this is a direct comparison to how Emmett debates. Emmett debates as if he is the man inside the room.
Machine ever be truly called intelligent? American philosopher and Rhodes scholar John Searle certainly can. In 1980, he proposed the Chinese room thought experiment in order to challenge the concept of strong artificial intelligence, and not because of some 80s design fad. He imagines himself in a room with boxes of Chinese characters he can't understand, and a book of instructions which he can.
So he's got instructions, but he doesn't understand any of the Chinese characters.
If a Chinese
And so that's Emmett in the room. And this is the debate.
speaker outside the room passes him messages under the door,
Let me get rid of the captions. And so, yeah, so putting all of that, which actually does mean, do you speak Chinese?
Searle can follow instructions from the book to select an appropriate response. The person on the other side would think they're chatting with a Chinese
See, if this, then that. Like any basic computer program.
speaker, just one who doesn't get out much. But really, it's a confused philosopher. Now, according to Alan Turing, the father of computer science, if a computer program can convince a human they're communicating with another human, then it could be
No, just, I gotta use my side quest thing. I'm just taking a side quest. I'm saying this is Emmett. We'll start over, because I know you love Emmett so much. It's only 60 seconds.
60-second adventures in thought.
You gonna like this, Des.
Number 3, the Chinese room. Can a machine ever be truly called intelligent? American philosopher and Rhodes scholar John Searle certainly can. In 1980, he proposed the Chinese room thought experiment in order to challenge the concept of strong artificial intelligence, and not because of some 80s design fad. He imagines himself in a room with boxes of Chinese characters he can't understand, and a book of instructions which he can.
And so I was saying, this is Emmett. He's got instructions that in English that tell him how to use these box of Chinese characters, but he does not speak Chinese.
If a Chinese speaker outside the room passes him messages under the door, Searle can follow instructions from the book to select an appropriate response. The person on the other side would think they're chatting with a Chinese speaker.
And so the person gets a response that essentially means, yes, I could speak Chinese, even though he can't speak Chinese.
Just one who doesn't get out much. But really, it's a confused
Yes,
philosopher.
fluently.
Now, according to Alan Turing, the father of computer science, if a computer program can convince a human they're communicating with another human, then it could be said to think. The Chinese room suggests that however well you program a computer, it doesn't understand Chinese, it only simulates that knowledge.
And similarly, I don't think that Emmett really engages with any of the debates that he does. He just has this this catalog or book of instructions in his head that whatever thing matches up to something in his book of drag this down into morality and ortho-bro bullshit. He does that. He's not even listening to talk about democracy. He's just doing
which
this.
isn't really intelligence. But then sometimes humans aren't that intelligent either.
Got him. Got him. Put that in the chat for you guys if you would like to see that on your own. Yeah, that's what Emmett does here, and you can tell when he doesn't know what to say here, and so he's like, "Oh, we didn't pick a specific church." That's a thing that I could say that to derail the conversation.
People who can check and balance and be like, no, listen, this is the moral way based off of their moral intuition. I think the church has actually a lot of power in our current democracy, which helps steer this country.
Which church?
He's just reading the manual in his head. He's just reading the manual in his head and spitting out whatever Chinese characters work for the debate.
Well, you
can
could
tell
pick
he's not
a
listening.
multitude of
He's on his phone.
churches. I think the one that you would care about the most would probably be the Catholic Church, right? Or Christian.
Is the Satanic Church
Hate the picture, but yeah.
have a capacity to actually affect elections?
They have a capacity to vote, but I don't think there's enough of them to.
Yeah, because he's not paying attention. He's just waiting for his turn to bring it back to God.
They have a capacity to vote, but I don't think there's enough of them to sway elections. No.
We're out of time now, but we're going to go ahead and go over to your openings now.
Yep.
Okay, 3 minutes is on the clock, sir. I'll start it up when you start to talk.
So now we have the people who believe that democracy does work. They are going to do their opening statements, and then they're going to cross-examine like they did on the other side. Yeah, Emmett, the guy we just saw. Any debate, any conversation he's ever in, it comes exactly back to those exact same arguments. And it's like, okay, great. You know that one argument well, but just like the guy in the Chinese room, just because you can have intellectually stimulating conversations through the door, it's not actually you doing it. I'd like to think so. So, hey, what are we doing?
All right. So today I'm going to stand against the claim democracy does not work. But before evaluating the statement, I would like to set the terms. Democracy is a form of government in which citizens have the right to participate either directly or indirectly in governance, while their rights and freedoms are protected by the rule of law and accountable institutions.
See how there's a lot more variability in the tone that Kay is using compared to the other opening statements, which is very monotone. That matters.
Political system works when it maintains prolonged stability.
There you go. So that's what they are assigning the word work. Works, in this context, is a political system maintained prolonged stability.
This can be measured by creating a basket of desirable outcomes and plotting the history of where we were before and where we are now. And a few things that we can look at are conflict resolution, life expectancy, general prosperity, economic mobility, and the longevity of the systems that we have in play. So let's take a look at this, starting with the Human Development Index, which measures life expectancy, access to knowledge, and standard of living. In the top 25 countries, only one of them is not a democracy. The rest are. In the top 50, 45 of them are democracies, and 5 are not. Taking a broad look at the democratic and undemocratic countries' economies, you can see that democratic nations generally have advanced economies, while undemocratic nations rely either on emerging economies or they have a resource-dependent economy. Advanced economies produce $66,000 per person annually, while undemocratic and hybrid systems produce $7,500 per citizen, meaning the average citizen in a democratic nation generates 8.6 times more economic output than one in an undemocratic country. And for the rich nations, such as Qatar or Saudi Arabia, they rely off of a single commodity like oil or natural gas. So let's look at some more stats. In the top 25 countries with social mobility, all 25 are democracies. Unless if you don't want to count Singapore, let's give it to you. Okay, 24 of them are democracies, 1 aren't.
There you go. Again, making concessions that will build goodwill. Okay, we'll give you that one. That is a point that if it gets hairy later, that, hey, I was nice before. I gave you Singapore.
In terms of healthcare, out of the top 25 countries, 23 of them are democracies. Democracies govern directly in a way that correlates to longer lifespans, the average citizens being able to get care quicker, better, live longer, and be able to address non-communicable diseases more effectively. When it comes to stability, the civilizations that continue to last are the ones that lean into democracies compared to those that don't. And what about general happiness? We like to smile. Well, the top 25 countries, 23 of them are democracies, 2 aren't.
So man, everybody likes to smile. Little things like that matter.
Top 50, 35 of them are democracies, 5 are not. Tonight, you're going to be hearing the pragmatic argument, the systematic argument, and the idealistic argument for democracy. And when you hear the arguments, I think you'll be no question on whether it works or not. But I think I'll just leave that up to the vote. I'll end my time.
All right, Abe, 3 minutes is going to go on the clock. This is your time to use as you see fit. You can cross-examine, you can rebut.
I mean, this might be the highlight here. This might be the highlight. Abe knows how to do what Abe knows how to do.
I'll start the clock when you start to talk, sir. You are muted.
Oh, you're muted, buddy.
It's okay. I've done it like 3 times, man.
3 more.
Nice. That was awesome. Perfect. Okay, Kay, so you made mention that the top financial systems are existing within democracies, right? Or the top rated nations are all democracies.
Countries.
And
countries.
okay, and you use the indexes of wealth and the happiness index to show that those were superior?
I use the IMF for the economic GDP per capita. I use, let's see, for the happiness index. Let me pull it up real quick. I used world. Wait, no, that's not World Population Review. Yeah, it's World Population Review.
Okay, and can you show how there's a direct correlation between democracy and the monetary and not natural resources or trade partners or the longevity of the nation itself?
For happiness or for the wealth? Sorry.
For either. For either.
Well, I think
can you
wealth
show
is
that
going to
it's
be
directly correlative to democracy and not the natural resources within that nation or the amount of time that nation has had time to grow and become more prosperous?
Shout out to Boggs. Con and hard. The money we make is due to the luck of natural resources we have, and that is true for all humans. Exactly what our boy Abe is saying. Nice one.
well, I can look at for that you have Venezuela, which had natural resources, but they're nowhere on the list despite their vast, massive resources. You had the collapse of the USSR, who has a plethora of natural resources. And most of those bloc countries aren't even like on the list.
Right, but at that point you would have to claim outside influence of any kind. Like, okay, for instance, the U.S. hasn't had a direct attack upon it or had the nations around it try to suppress its economy in the way that the countries you are saying are bloc countries and have worse economic status.
Good point. So using these individual, even if there's many, these individual correlative points, if there's not a direct causal factor, then it could be any number of things. Like, okay, it just so happens that they're all democracies because a lot of countries are democracies, but this, that, and the resources and whatever else.
So the countries you're specifically speaking of that are the top nations don't have the same things pushing against their governmental placement to their economies in the way that, say, the bloc nations you've claimed are lower on the list do.
You're saying that there's other factors. I don't disagree with this, but in the case of is it correlative? Yes, we've demonstrated it is for just the sheer amount of countries that are democracies. Are you going to just say that every country that happens to be in natural resources just happens to become a democracy as well? Or do you think there's a little correlation there?
Well, them
It's
out. What I
important to
would say
secure
is
your
that
resources and
comfort-
be able to distribute them. Democracy allows you to do so better. Hence, they hold on to those resources longer, use them better, hence happier, wealthier.
Wait, democracy does that or capitalism does that?
So again, I think Equality is saying that it's not true. Africa is rich in resources, but they don't know how to use them. And I think that's the point, is that there is a correlation, but it's not the only factor. There's other factors that go into it, and I think that's the entire argument of the affirmative side, saying that democracy doesn't work.
Capitalism is a form of democracy. A lot of democracies engage in capitalism.
So capitalism can't exist absent democracy?
I would say that capitalism is democracy manifested in the form of economics.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and jump on in there now, Abe. 3 minutes. This is now time for your opening arguments. So you go ahead and uninterrupted. 3 minutes is on the clock. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so democracy is not broken. Democracy is the problem. It rests on a beautiful but fatal lie that the collective opinion of millions of people, most of whom know almost nothing about the issues they decide. Their decisions will somehow produce wise governance. This idea has failed everywhere it has been tried without strong restraints, and even those restraints eventually erode. Consider the core defect: every citizen receives exactly one equal vote, regardless of knowledge, character, stake, or consequence. The single mother working 2 jobs has the same say on monetary policy, nuclear strategy, and genetic engineering as the economist who has studied these fields for decades. The result is not fairness, it's absurdity. We do not let passengers vote on where the airplane goes or what maneuvers they make. Yet, we let them vote on the laws that govern life, death, prosperity, and war.
I mean, I see where you're going with that, but that seems like a weak example, because a government and a plane ride are 2 very, very different things.
This system selects for charisma over competence,
That's true.
promises over results, and
That's true.
today over tomorrow.
Yup.
Politicians become professional bribe givers, offering other people's money and future liberties to win the next cycle. Voters, rationally ignorant because one vote almost never matters, decide based on slogans, tribal loyalty, and the latest emotional trigger. The outcome is predictable: exploding debt, eroding standards, cultural division, and institutions captured by whoever shouts loudest and donates most.
That's another. I want to stop, because we're talking about, voting doesn't matter and stuff. Voting doesn't matter because people only vote in the general election for president. That's why voting doesn't matter. You can definitely say that there's fuckery afoot in these elections, but especially at the local level, it doesn't. It goes upstream. And so if you have based people in office, then the based ideas are going to be put out into society. And people see, oh, this based guy is here and my life is good, then okay, I thought it was racist or mean or whatever, but hey, life is actually better. But if we let what just happened with the DSA candidates, then we're just normalizing socialism. Don't nobody want to do that. Shout out to equality and deference, because vagina with a $2 rumble rant. Thank you. So very, very much. Of course, every donation comes with a treat for the overlord. Thank you so very, very much. So pure democracy is indeed retarded. A democratic system of a sort could be just and sustainable. It's a tricky equilibrium, though. Very much agreed. And I think that's why the demand for a better answer is not really relevant here. Even if the prompt was something similar, but didn't force a burden of, a comparative thing, then it still doesn't. It's not like we have, that is. Put it this way. Just because democracy does not work doesn't mean there's as clear of a difference in communism versus a democratic republic. We can clearly see how that is better. But knowing what is best It's difficult. We're just not there yet. And this is why I have faith that perhaps my idea of a secular moral system can work. Because the best we have ain't really that good. Oh, shout out to Hector with the $5. Thank you. So very, very much. Oh, take it up here so you can see it. There you go. Thank you. So very, very much said, actually, the airplane was a weak example because it is exactly like democracy. You can vote, but the pilot still lands where he's forced to. All right, I'll give you that. As long as you're saying this tongue in cheek, because that's a funny dig at government. But I'm hoping that you're not saying that in all sincerity. But thank you. So very, very much, and of course that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Very, very, very much appreciated. Oh my god damn it, I forgot. Equality and deference again with the $2 make you holla, said another donation on behalf of our dear Mr. Johnson. He is one cautious cat. And, oh, wrong one. There we go. Thank you. So very, very much. All right, let me start that, and we'll start that. I'll make that. Let's grab a couple more of these, and then I'll hit up the banner, and we'll dive back in here. Like I said, in Canada, non-citizens can register for our political parties and vote on who the party leader is. Chinese students chose our prime minister. Well, they do that here too. They're just not supposed to, but they do. Box of faith, indeed. The cost to voting for new people is fear and uncertainty. I will pay it for change. I said shit. Me too. Thank you. Very, very much appreciated. All right, let's dive back in and let me get the banner set. Appreciate you guys. Oh.
Predictable. Exploding debt, eroding standards, cultural division, and institutions captured by whoever shouts loudest and donates most. History confirms it. Pure democracies have been short-lived and chaotic since Athens condemned its greatest mind by majority vote. Even representative systems inevitably democratize over time, expanding the franchise, weakening filters, turning republics into vehicles for majority passion. The 20th century showed democracies capable of electing monsters and majorities willingly surrendering freedoms for security or equality. The 21st century shows them incapable of solving basic problems like fiscal sustainability or border security.
Thank you so very, very much, guys. That's 11 out of 250 points for the week, 4 out of 15 donos, or 13 out of 75 for the night. Thank you very, very much, guys. Amazing.
Problems like fiscal sustainability or border security. No version of democracy escapes this. Constitutional guardrails delay the decay. Sortion, ranked choice, or campaign finance reforms merely rearrange the deck chairs. The fundamental error remains outsourcing critical citizens to numerical majorities instead of proven wisdom, virtue, and skin in the game.
I think he was actually shook by the end of the cross-examination because he's usually a little bit more on it.
Okay, that's
all right. Yeah,
that's the beauty of debate, right?
Very cool. And then in that case, we're going to go ahead and Cassel. You are obviously the one who is left, so you are going to cross-examine Abe. 3 minutes is going on the clock for you, sir. Start it up when you're ready.
All right. So you mentioned a lot about how fallible humans are. Not every citizen is informed, but how are you measuring whether a citizen is informed or not enough to deserve political power?
Well, this wasn't specifically about political power. It's about the fact that you can vote for something you have no idea anything about the thing that you're voting on.
Okay, so
if you have no skin in the game, you don't pay any taxes and you only receive, but you can vote to receive more taxes in benefits or help. How does that make sense?
Do you think that an economist is educated enough to vote?
Don't answer a question with a question. Even if your question is meant to represent an answer, say the answer first and then give the question.
Makes sense.
Do you think that an economist is educated enough to vote?
Probably on economics at the very least.
Okay, so if you're educated in a field and you have like a PhD in economics, you're educated enough to vote just on economic issues, but not enough to vote on other sociopolitical issues.
Right. That's the problem with Steel from the very beginning. Steelborne was talking about people who are experts. I don't remember the exact word he used, but you're creating an elite class. We already have that. That's why everything is bad.
But not enough to vote on other sociopolitical issues. So,
well, my primary claim would be that a huge number of people have no idea on basic civics, and so you may be voting something based on promises rather than an understanding of the system that you're voting for.
How many people that vote in our elections are uneducated on current political systems?
I love how Searka's all caps in the chat, and then he comes out and he's talking about like this. I don't want to go from that to going big, so I'll give you a second. We're gonna get back into it, but first, my goodness, equality and deference because vagina with the big $5 Rumble rant. Thank you. It's very, very much that I think some context is called for. Would you do me the great goodness of putting in YouTube? Duffman is a cautious cat. So remember, guys, I gotta check this on my own first, but we do have the $5 side quests. I do suggest that you let me know what it is first, so that we don't, you don't pay, and then I'm like, oh, well, we can't do that because this, that. Which there's a bunch here, and it's copyrighted. You're gonna get me in trouble. We can't do copyrighted stuff, but if it's just like 2 seconds, then we'll go. But this 16 seconds.
Sir, he knows about Albuquerque. Duffman is a cautious cat.
No, listen. Fans love wackos. I think we found our newest attraction.
Duffman has a bad feeling about this.
That's about okay. Well, I'm just breaking it up here. Duffman has a bad feeling about this.
Can it, Sid?
Aren't you cannon, Howard?
Now we're into the next scene. What I don't what did we miss it, or what are we doing? I don't know what just happened.
Albuquerque. Duffman is a cautious cat.
No, listen. Fans love wackos. I think we found our newest attraction.
Duffman has a bad feeling about this.
That's about as far as I could go. I hope that's what you wanted. But thank you very, very much for the big 5. Get your own side quest for a $5. Again, I just say I think it's better if you're like, can we do this for a side quest? I'll check it while the video is playing. I'll give you a yes or no. That way you don't spend any money on, just like, oh, we can't do that. Interesting. Thank you so very, very much. And of course, that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Put it in the chat. Duffman is a cautious cat. Duffman is a cautious cat. Vagina is such a patriot. Indeed. Merc Jack. Well, now I definitely gotta see it. What did she say? Charismatic Fiends, a democracy is too many chiefs, not enough Indians. Someone has to be a leader, not everyone. I'll give you, again, if you're talking about direct democracy, I'll give you that. But we still have forms of democracy that are not that, and you could be talking about socialism and not capitalism, communism. I said, so when I say that Mr. Johnson is a cautious cat, I'm imitating Duffman. All right, there we go. It is a cautious cat. All right, let's dive back in here. Thank you. Let me update the banner.
The system that you're voting for.
How many people that vote in our elections are uneducated on current
Too many.
political systems?
Too many.
Probably most,
Yep.
or at the very least,
Based on data, or just assuming most?
well, I would say probably based on guesstimation, right? I don't think that there's a requirement for basic civics in all education. I don't see that carried out in general populace.
Did I miss someone?
So you're just guessing
the
most
school
people don't
systems.
know what they're talking about.
Oh, Hector. Did I add Hector? I did not.
Well, I would
did
say
not.
that there's
All
no.
right, thank you guys so very, very much. That's 1/3 of the way there. 5 out of 15, 18 out of 75. Thank you. I mean, it might suck, but it's important. And so then, going all the way back to taking people out of the voting pool. Maybe if we figure out a way to do civics so that it doesn't suck, then people will pay attention. And from when they're young enough, then they have that they're thinking in that manner. So when they're out doing whatever the fuck it is that they're doing, they already have that priming to be looking for that shit. The problem with young people and not knowing what's going on, and then people in general not know what's going on, because people aren't primed to go through their life thinking about these things. Then you have the other side where politics lives rent free, TDS, and everything is politics. The barons. Yep. That is that's why anarchy in an ideal world would be an ideal world.
Talking about.
Well, I would say
that's
that
what
there's no
democracy
way
sucks.
for most people to know everything about the situations they're voting on, right? Unless everyone goes to school.
Betty White. Everyone always says get some balls, but if you really want tough, get a vagina. Those things can take a pounding. R.I.P. Betty White. Dilly fucking dilly.
Well, I would say
that's
that
what
there's no
democracy
way
sucks.
for most people to know everything about the situations they're voting on, right? Unless
Do you think
everyone goes to
you're
school for all topics.
educated enough? Do you think you're educated enough to vote?
It's possible I'm not. And if that's the case, then I probably shouldn't vote.
I don't know if I would have said that. So if you, somebody who is well read and educated on what's going on, if you're not even capable of voting, then who is? Just the elite class? Again, I say we already have that.
Do you vote anyway?
Well, currently, because everyone votes. If everybody has the right to vote, then my voice also needs
Yeah,
to
but
be
isn't
heard.
it?
So Cassel should say, okay, so if we got people on their own, hypothetically, if we hypothetically got people on their own to say, you know what, I don't know enough about this, so I'm not going to vote. Would you then also make that determination and not vote? That's the question that needs to be put forth.
Well, currently, because everyone votes. If everybody has the right to vote, then my voice also needs
Yeah,
to
but
be
isn't
heard
it
as
by
much
your
as
own
anybody-
system? You're saying if you don't think you're educated, you shouldn't be voting based on.
Well, if there was a standard and I didn't meet the standard, then I wouldn't be able to vote, right?
Well, what is that? What are you saying the standard should be?
Well, I mean,
Right. And Box said it worked out for us as a generation. But, I mean, think about how different schooling is in general. Since we were in school, and specifically when you were in school, it's a very different these days.
Well, what is that? What are you saying the standard should be?
well, I mean, in previous generations, we did have standards, like say you were a landowner or business owner or whatever metric it is that actually gave you some level of skin in the game and a willingness to pay attention to the political system at large, then you had a reason to vote in that system.
Okay, I mean, honestly, the way you phrase it that way makes sense, because back then we still had a democracy. You're just saying we need a democracy that's more educated.
That's what I said. That the issues that we have are that we're dealing with women specifically and leftists specifically that are not engaging and thus not giving us the opportunity to do the politicking to get to get done what we need done. That is where the argument of taking them out of the voting pool comes into play for me. But again, where do we draw that line?
Back then we still had a democracy. You're just saying we need a democracy that's more educated.
Hey, Sneaky.
No,
Oh,
because that would be a limitation on the mass vote.
all right.
What?
So,
Okay.
Cassel,
Wait, what?
Democracy that's more educated.
You're saying because again, his issue is that people are voting who aren't well educated or understanding the issues enough to vote. He's not saying that. So, okay, what Abe actually means here is that it is impossible to get people to be more educated such that democracy would work. That now I get it, but you need to say that. You need to say that. If you're saying just based on numbers and social Darwinism or whatever it is, you're never going to get the populace to be educated well enough to accurately be represented in a democracy. That is an argument. But you gotta say it. Nikki said, I convinced 2 single moms that liberals are robbing them. Well, dilly dilly to you. Just explain that foreign aid is poor people in rich countries sending money to rich people in poor countries. Pretty much. Equality leaving us already. My goodness. Everybody put vagina or Batman in the chat for our sponsor. Thank you so very, very much. You have a good one. Oh my goodness. Hector with a $2 make you hello. Thank you so very, very much. Look into. I mean, that's what I'm not doing like research. If you have to have a video, if you have a video or something, first of all, it's $5. But if you have a short, I'll give you that for this time. You gotta give me something. I'm not gonna stop the show to look up some random shit and be like, oh, maybe this, maybe that, maybe that. So if you find something, then I'll play it. But in the future, again, guys, let me know first. Let me know first on the side quests. I've said it enough times. I'm not feeling bad for anybody who pays for a side quest without asking and then doesn't get it. Hector's the last one. Hector's the last one that's gonna get away with it. All right. I'm too nice to you motherfuckers. That's, that's another reason why I need to know what it is. And remember, the side quests are not supposed to be, hey, Lutch, I want you to see this. It's supposed to be, hey, Lutch, I want to hear what you have to say about this. Because if I'm just playing somebody else's video, that's not really right. Yeah, no. But yeah, Hector, I'll for this time, if you got something short under 5 minutes, I'll give it to you. Under 5 minutes. All right, let's dive back in. Yeah.
Okay, I mean, honestly, the way you phrase it that way makes sense, because back then we still had a democracy. You're just saying we need a democracy that's more educated.
No, because that would be a limitation on the mass vote.
All right. So,
Okay.
Cassel,
Always Dilly.
2 minutes. Yeah, 3 minutes is on the clock for you, and I'll go ahead and start it when you're ready.
Okay, so democracy is not the claim that citizens are always correct and that governments never fail or that majorities are always acting justly. It's
Did anyone put that forth? Nope, didn't think so.
Begins more from a realistic premise that human beings are fallible, and political disagreement is permanent, and no person, party, or institution can really be trusted with final and uncontestable power. That's why democracy keeps power answerable. So those who govern have to, justify themselves through elections, public criticism, the court system, a legislature, a free press, and the possibility of removal. I know somebody mentioned earlier that politicians are basically just doing the bidding work of lobbyists. But we see all the time that political power is not owned by a ruler. It's held temporarily. Obviously, there have been people in Congress who've had the job for a long time, and there are people in Congress who've been voted out after 2 years in the House of Representatives. So it really all depends on how well you represent the people in your district or state. And this power is held temporarily.
Damn it. I wish I saw this earlier, because I'm sure it would have been very funny. Fucking Bill Clinton, but I missed it. I apologize.
The people in your district or state. And this power is held temporarily on behalf of the public and under certain conditions of accountability. So democracy also keeps failure contestable. Every political system makes mistakes that we acknowledged already in this debate. The question is not whether failure exists, but whether the citizens can expose it, challenge it, and correct it. And in a democracy, those bad laws that we don't like can be repealed, and failed leaders can be voted out, and abuse.
So that's an interesting point that he's saying. Look, the framework of does this work doesn't mean is it perfect or is everybody right. It means does it have the guardrails to make sure it is what it is. Now, Emmett directly argued against that, but at least Cassel's putting forward something.
Abused power can be investigated. So democracy does not guarantee that right decision will always be made first. It just guarantees that no decision is beyond challenge, which I think is really important. And most importantly, democracy keeps losers civic. Those who lose an election do not lose their citizenship, their rights, or their place in the political community. They remain free to speak, organize, persuade, and compete again.
Okay, Brian Shapiro. Do you like black people? What do you think about black people? I'm not racist, so I don't have a general idea about an entire race of people.
In the political community, they remain free to speak, organize, persuade, and compete again. Democracy transforms political defeat from an existential loss into a temporary one, and losers remain opponents, not just enemies. So this is what we mean when we say democracy is the continuous institution, actualization of civil will with an open civic field. Our opponents may say that the United States is a republic, not a democracy. We know that these...
I like Trey. I mean, I just happen not to talk to a lot of black people. I mean, we were invited on the same panel from last week that was all black people. Those people seem fine. I mean, that T Reason guy seemed a little out there, but yeah, I don't treat entire groups of people as a monolith unless it is based on a monolith.
Beta.
If I had the amazing button, I would hit it, but
Beta.
Our opponents may say that the United States is a republic, not a democracy.
Tell me about it.
We know that these terms are not opposites. They can work together and are mutually inclusive, and a republic describes a system where hereditary monarchy, democracy describes a system in which political authority remains grounded in a way that's answerable to the people. So
if I was on the affirmative side, I would want to say, I mean, the easy thing, direct democracy doesn't work, but I don't think the negative side would take that up. But that's exactly why, when we were talking in the beginning, I'm like, ooh, these broad prompts, you never know which way it's going to go. When you have a very specific prompt, oh, we're going to get really into the weeds on this thing. But you got democracy does not work. And yikes. Dog's laws indeed are too short. Get Morty's peanut butter before he dies. Shout out to Costco Law School. Welcome. So statistically, not talking to black people can and may save your life. Facts are facts. Facts are still facts.
Political authority remains grounded in a way that's answerable to the people. So a representative republic is just a form of democracy. And if they argue that the theocracy, as Emmett said, offers a clear moral code, that we also remember that theocracy does not mean God governs directly. Human beings govern while claiming to interpret God, as Kay perfectly pointed out here that those interpreters remain fallible as well.
Guys, we are at 50-50 on the poll. If you have not voted to agree or disagree with this prompt, please do so. We are at 50-50.
Perfectly pointed out here that
Have
those
another
interpreters
poll, too.
remain fallible as well. And when political decisions are treated as divine commands, disagreement can be condemned as heresy rather than respected as civic opinion. So democracy works not because it eliminates conflict, but because it civilizes conflict. It keeps power temporary, makes mistakes reversible, and every citizen within the political community. And so for those reasons, we strongly rejected the claim that democracy does not work.
All right, Steelborne, you're up.
Fair enough. And so I'm interested to see now. Everybody's got their, well, not everybody, but we see where we already know where the affirmative side is coming from. Now we're seeing where the negative side is coming from, and we should be able to better see what direction is this conversation going, or what direction should it be going. I guess we got 18 votes. I don't know if we're gonna get more than that. So I guess we're stuck at 50-50. I wanted to do the poll. Do we live in a democracy? What do you say? What do you say? All right. It's debate time.
3 minutes is going on the clock for you to cross-examine Cassel. I'll start it up when you're ready.
Yeah, Cassel. Let's actually use the United States as an example. What two states have the largest amount of electoral votes?
Gotta be California and New York.
Right?
I want to say Texas, but I don't think he would ask this question if it was Texas. The states that have the most electoral votes. I'm going with California and New York. Definitely California, no question. But we'll see.
Amount of electoral votes.
I believe it's California and Texas, but you can correct.
It's California and New York.
Got him. I knew he wouldn't ask that question if it was California and Texas. I knew it. But didn't he also just say, let's take this out of the United States? I thought that's how he started it, but whatever. Hey, wait, you got Blueberry Street. Welcome. That's who it was. I was wondering who was like, oh, the Princess Bride. I know that back to front. I could quote that. You're going to get so drunk. And then we watched the movie. No Blueberry Street. How dare you? Just kidding. Welcome to the party. Indeed. I always miss you. Coscola said, I think Christians could make just about any form of government work, including democracy, communism, or anarchy. If the people are not Christian, just about any form of government is doomed. Well, and maybe we need an ideology that actually is true. Nikki said, I'll abstain from that vote as our political systems are different in Canada and edging very close to a dictatorial with every new piece of legislation. Not good. So we would be Americans. Damn, back in. Oh, God damn it. I always do that.
I believe it's California and Texas, but you can correct.
It's California and New York. How would you feel if I told you that 60% of the population of each one of those states can't pass a basic civics test, which has a minimum score of 60?
You're asking what my opinion would be on that?
Yeah, I mean, like, I just want to know, like, so I want to hear you tell me that the two states with the largest electoral votes, when over half of their populations can't pass a basic civics test, why should we let them vote?
Well, I think if you're wanting to have a standardized test as something that
still not answering the question. The direct answer to that question is because we are supposed to live in a representative government, and so it doesn't matter if people are smart or dumb. It's meant to represent the people. So if the people are dumb, then yeah, the government's going to be dumb, but that is better than authoritarianism. That should be what their position is. That should be a very easy question to answer right here.
again, I think if you're wanting to have a standardized test as something that would improve democracy, I think that's an argument you can make, but I don't think that means anything about why democracy doesn't work. You're just saying that people should be more educated about issues, right?
Well, what's the standard that we should use to decide whether or not somebody's enfranchised or not?
If they're a citizen of the country and they aren't in prison, and we already have certain standards, whether you're registered to vote or not, we have certain standards already, right?
You don't have to register to vote in actually quite a few states.
Unfortunately. Again! There we go. It's like, what happened to my button? Again! Hector with the $1 menu. Holla! Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much. Shout out to you. Remember, every single dono counts towards the 2 goals, the weekly goal, as well as the stream goal. Oh my goodness. Woo! Again. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much appreciated. Said the Roman Empire removed the true. Is that supposed to say Jesus or J? Is J-use? I don't know what that means. What does that mean? The Roman Empire removed the true. Oh, the true Jews? Is that what that's supposed to say? I did not know that. But thank you. So very, very much. Let's dive back in.
And we already have certain standards, whether you're registered to vote or not. We have certain standards already, right?
You don't have to register to vote in actually quite a few states.
What do you mean you don't have to register to vote? You have to register to vote.
Well, what's required to register to vote?
You have to have an ID, an address somewhere where you've been getting mail sent to you, just proof of citizenship, proof that you live in the state or in the county or town that you say you do.
And beating out equality by that $1, we got a new sponsor of the stream. Thank you so very, very, very much, Hector Estrada.
Proof of citizenship, proof that you live in the state or in the county or town that you say you do. Those things.
Do you have to be a citizen in order to get an ID?
Nope.
Depends in the state. I know in some states, if you are not a permanent citizen, you can attain a driver's license, or even in New York City, I know that you can vote in certain local elections. So depends on the state.
Yeah, so why should we be letting all these people vote when they can't pass a basic civics test? By the way, so this study is I think is really interesting. I think you guys should look at. Studying that was done in 2018.
Wait, what was happening here? 3:15 to 5 minutes for what do we? Did you send a link? What do you mean? Oh, okay. Let's say Jesus. Yeah. Of this? What of 3:15 to 5 minutes on what? You didn't give me a link or a name or something. You got me something to go on, brother man.
You guys should look at. Studying that was done in 2018 showed that only 36% of Americans can actually pass a multiple choice test consisting of items taken from the U.S. citizenship test. Doesn't seem like letting everybody vote when most people are too stupid to even understand how our country works. Why should we be letting them vote in our national elections, or even any elections for that matter?
As he said, because they're citizens.
But you're just pointing out to things you don't like. It's irrelevant to whether the system works, right? Like, we still have a democracy.
How can the system work? How can the system work if everybody's too stupid to even know what they're voting on?
See, that I was right. This is exactly what Abe was saying, but he wasn't able to get it out. Saying that you're gonna have to get me a link. I don't think that's what's the channel, because if I just write the Roman Empire, it's gonna it'll be everywhere. Okay, I gotcha. All right. Took me a second, but I figured it out. The Roman Empire removed the true Jews to control. I'm assuming it's spelled normally. Is Professor Jing Quinn? Is this the right one? Yeah. All right. A 3 of 15.
Jesus. We only know
Jesus Christ. Tree 15. We'll back it up a little bit.
this is a really important idea, okay? Go back to the go to the cave. When you escape the cave and you see the real world and you come back, it doesn't matter if you tell them what the real world is, okay? It doesn't matter if they believe you. They themselves have to go out and see the real world for themselves, okay? They have to break the chains themselves and then venture out into the light and experience pain and torment for themselves before they recognize the truth, okay? And that's what Jesus is saying. People who tell you this stuff, don't listen to them, okay? They can only guide you, but you can't
Tell us what stuff.
trust them. You can't believe in them. You have to believe in yourself. You have to look into yourself because the truth, the divine spark, is inside of you, okay? So
That seems kind of like the opposite of what a lot of, at least the ortho bros say. That like, oh, my preferences, that's just you. It needs to be grounded externally in something objective.
what Jesus is saying is this: organized religion does not work, guys.
Based.
So there's no way Jesus would say, follow me and you're good. Believe in me and you're good. He would never, ever say that. Because he knows you can't follow someone else. You have to believe in yourself. The divine spark is in you. Okay? Does that make sense?
Maybe.
So they are lying to you. When they say the kingdom is in heaven, don't believe them. Okay? Another thing that you will notice is
I like this guy.
we're all sons of the living Father. You understand? Jesus is not like, I'm the son of God and you're not. I'm superior to you. They're saying we're all sons of the living Father. Okay?
But are all sons equal?
Also, and this is really important, he actually doesn't, throughout the Gospel of Thomas, he actually doesn't refer to the Bible. Okay? He doesn't talk about Adam and Eve. He doesn't talk about Yahweh. He doesn't talk about David. He doesn't talk about Moses. Because for him, it's all fake, okay? The Bible is
Right, but then doesn't it fall on us who have the correct information and the people that we follow to give us information that we plead to them to give the information in such a way that the people who think that stuff don't think that stuff? That should be the goal, right? I completely understand that we are largely talking about people who are not interested in having their mind changed. They believe they know everything about everything about everything. But I'm saying, should the goal not be to get more people who actually just understand reality? And because of the fact that many people have similar goals, like the people who are all about windmills and the people who are about nuclear energy, we all want cheaper energy. They're just going about it the wrong way. Oh, it's tough. It's tough.
the Bible. Okay? He doesn't talk about Adam and Eve. He doesn't talk about Yahweh. He doesn't talk about David. He doesn't talk about Moses. Because for him, it's all fake, okay? The Bible is fake. What's true is the divine spark in you, okay? All right? So again, all this is contradicting modern day Christianity because Jesus was not a Christian, okay? Keep on going. Oh, sorry.
He was a Jew. Nikki said the correct information has been given, and we still have women crying, having mental breakdowns on Twitter over a nuclear power plant. So asylums then? Well, but like you are here watching me give you my opinion on all this. Yet I was a never Trumper 10 years ago. So would I then also be in the asylum? And then how? What is the threshold? And you know, I'm speaking broadly, but my point is that if we just accept that everybody who doesn't agree with me is wrong forever, then that's not. I don't know where that's going to go, but it's not going to be in a good place. I think it's actually kind of cucked. To say, oh, well, these people don't agree, so let's just play the game without them. Because they are winning the game in a lot of ways. Yeah, Trump and the Republicans have control now, but the midterms are coming up, and for the last 3 whatever decades, if you just get rid of everybody who doesn't agree with you, that's literally authoritarianism.
Let's keep on going. And again, guys, what you're seeing is this. The similar.
Is this like what they have in most classrooms now? They got rid of the whiteboard. Remember the chalkboards?
Between the gods of Thomas and Plato's Allegory of the Cave, and the Iliad, and Zarathustra, his teachings, as well as Nietzsche, okay? You see how all these poet prophets, they all think alike. They're expressing things differently, they're talking to a different age, to a different audience, but basically saying the same thing, okay? That's really important. All right, continue reading, please.
Jesus saw infants being suckled. He said to his disciples, these infants...
Why aren't you just reading it then? If it's going to be in your voice, just read it. I don't know. Do we get to the point that Jesus was a Jew? Hector, let me know if we are good. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I'm not against asylums. I definitely think that we need to have that corrective thing that's not necessarily law enforcement and going to jail. Because I mean, that's where the homeless crisis comes from. If combined with other things, but like being a little bratty at age 22, is that enough? Is that enough to say you don't get to have any say? Oh, I don't know. Thank you again, Hector, for the side quest. Let's dive back in here. I'm going to back it up a little bit.
Why should we be letting them vote in our national elections or even any elections for that matter?
But you're just pointing out to things you don't like. It's irrelevant to whether the system works, right? Like we still have a democracy.
How can the system work? How can the system work if everybody's too stupid to even know what they're voting on? How can the system be working to actually, improve the nation, national unity, like the border or defense of the borders, all kinds of this doesn't make any sense for you to want all of these people voting. They don't even know how the country works.
Do you think Donald Trump knows how the country works?
Shout out to the co-host. Oh, I just heard Donald Trump. I just heard Donald Trump come out of his mouth. Oh, here we go. Here we go. We got 47 minutes in without Trump yet. We got 47 minutes in without Trump yet. And now just out of the wind, here he is. And Steelborne's like, yo, bro, what?
This doesn't make any sense for you to want all of these people voting. They don't even know how the country works.
Do you think Donald Trump knows how the country works?
No!
Fair enough.
But he can be. Well, he's president.
I know. So. Isn't it great with all this democracy? And we got Trump. I'm sure you're happy about that, right?
Got him.
I'm a democracy.
Right. But that's democracy. That's literally the point of democracy is you can still elect anybody that you feel like is worth.
But you think most people who vote for Trump are stupid? They're too stupid. They shouldn't be able to vote because they're too stupid.
Too stupid.
I didn't say most people that vote for Trump are stupid. I asked you if you thought Trump was stupid. Doesn't matter if he's stupid or not. It's literally a subjective opinion. There were a majority of the country who believed.
Well, I mean, it's not subjective. Like whatever stupid is, stupid does. But whatever stupid is that thing. You may have a different opinion on what is. What constitutes stupid or not, but that which is stupid, given the referent, is objective.
He was a good business person and a good business leader, was going to be great for the economy, and that's something that they thought was worth voting for. I don't know that makes them stupid, does it? I mean, he could lie to them, obviously, but
I mean, I'm definitely stupid, but I don't think for that reason.
I don't know how that makes the people stupid for thinking that. That's all I'm saying.
So I'm going to go ahead and jump on in there. So thank you very much, everybody. That was all of our openings and crosses. So you may have noticed that there was one person who you did not face in the middle yet. I'm now going to go through that. It just so happens conveniently, and I always love it when this works out this way, that it's the people above each other and below each other who are going to be in the championship rounds. So we're going to count it down, ending with the captains. That means I'm going to start out with our level 3 debaters. That is Searka and Abe Dinkus. I'm going to put 10 minutes on the clock for you gentlemen. You can pick up the conversation where they were just at.
10 minutes.
You can take it a whole different direction.
Now we get into it.
Up to you. Please keep it above the belt. Get on into it.
Hey, Abe, do you mind if we continue what they were talking about just for a second? Just a little.
You're muted. Abe.
You're muted, Abe.
Stupid,
Sure, let's go.
You're catching up to me. I'm going to start the clock over.
I'm gonna act like you're Steelborne a little, okay? Can a stupid person
What
be
does
the
that even
best
mean?
leader?
Can a stupid person be the best leader? Sure, theoretically. I don't think it's very common, but I don't see why it would be impossible. I don't know. I've been trying to think of it. It's stupid. Is it Forrest Gump? It might be Forrest Gump. What are you, boy? Stupid? I think it might be. Somebody look it up. That's gonna fucking drive me crazy. They're all actors, including Trump. They all have SAG cards. Well, that would be dark. Nikki said, I have a unique perspective on it. My father worked in an asylum, and I saw what happened to our city when they closed it and released a majority of patients into the public. I'm sure it was just all sunshine and rainbows, and it was just perfect. I think it is Waterboy, now that you say that. I think it is. Okay, we got to look it up. Why is this taking forever? Let's try Waterboy. 7 seconds.
What's the matter with you, boy? You too stupid to do what your coach tells you?
Shout out to Nikki. Stupid. Dilly. Good call. Yeah, that was going to drive me insane. One more time.
What's the matter with you, boy? You too stupid to do.
Hey, we got Grumpy in the building. Welcome to the party. Well, check out Grumpy's channel. He's been streaming like a monster. Welcome. So I personally believe electric shock collar should be placed on all criminals and Democrats. That's kind of scary. I don't know. That's some Hassan Piker type shit. I don't get in with that. That is definitely Waterboy. The medulla oblongata. Got all those teeth and no toothbrush. See? That's what quoting a movie is like. That's a quotable movie. You can just get 3 or 4 lines. It's every other line. Like, oh, I remember that. That's what we're going for. All right. What are we doing here?
Can a stupid person be the best leader?
Not generally.
Fair.
They can, though, right?
As far as possibility, I think it would just depend on like so many things. I think in general, no.
But they can, right? Even the best leader
You just said yes.
can be probably the dumbest person. Someone who knows how to pick the right people, the right economists, doesn't mean they need to know economics, correct?
Kind of like Trump.
Well, that's the issue. You're saying the dumbest person may not know how to choose somebody that is good at the thing. So
the fact that you have to say May
person
is all I need to hear. The fact that you have to say May is all I need to hear. Now, second thing.
Donald Trump was a member of the Screen Actors Guild from 1989 until his resignation in February 2021. Damn. I mean, he was in a lot of movies. I mean, Reagan was an actor. No, third term. We need Trump out of the political discussion entirely. He is toxic because we have good ideas, but his face and his voice makes their brain explode. So we can't get our good ideas across. That's not a great leader.
This person
is all I need to hear.
So wait. What is he saying again?
Economics, correct?
Well, that's the issue. You're saying the dumbest person may not know how to choose somebody that is good at the thing. So
the fact that you have
It's too broad of a question.
to say May is all I need to hear. The fact that you have to say May is all I need to hear. Now, second thing, can the smartest person be the worst leader?
Yes. Absolutely.
No, I don't think they can.
Interesting.
I disagree. Smarts is one thing. Intelligence is one thing. There's a lot more to politics than IQ. There's a lot more. I don't know, man. Abe's off tonight. Usually Abe's fucking on fire. We all off nights. That's right.
I don't think they can.
True.
Interesting. Are
Because,
you aware of like? Sorry, what were you gonna say?
well, I was going to say, if the dumbest person doesn't have enough IQ to even know what's good for themselves or others, then at that point, no,
You're assuming
the
a lot.
smartest
now,
can't
right?
be worse
What
than
if
that.
the smartest person was
Well, you're
a
saying the
manipulator?
dumbest. If the dumbest is 70 IQ, then or
What if the
60
smartest
IQ.
person?
I don't like that Abe even engaged in this question. I wish he would have said, well, I mean, it depends on so many factors that whether or not they're intelligent, you don't need to be the most intelligent person, but if you're slightly intelligent, then, this, that, or the other. What does dumb mean? What does smart mean? There's many, many ways to not just go down the road that he's taking you down. That's a lot of what debate is that we're starting here and each person it's like a tug of war. We're moving this way, moving that way. And Abe just kind of let Searka just go, just let the rope go a little bit more in Searka's direction. Now, Searka's not exactly the person that you expect to have some crazy take out of left field. But still.
Person was
Well, you're
a
saying the
manipulator.
dumbest. If the dumbest is 70 IQ, then or
What if the
60
smartest person
IQ,
was a
or 50?
manipulator? Someone who was really good at manipulating.
Well, now you're just critiquing human nature, right?
I'm just assuming like you
You're
did.
saying-
Though, right?
Well, at this point, you're just basically saying that
Who else would have a third term? I thought you were talking about. I thought you were referring to somebody else. Why would I think of Trump when you say who else would third term be relevant to in 2026?
human nature has flaws, and because human nature has flaws, we shouldn't trust human nature.
I accept that. I'm also not arrogant enough to think that smart people can just somehow lead the world better than good leaders. So like,
right. But Abe just said the smartest people cannot be the or has to be the best leader,
and
or he can't be the worst
the
leader.
president. Let's
Well,
just
you
talk
went
about
to
the
the
president.
extremes, right?
There
You
you
went
go.
to the
mean,
very extremes, right?
There you go.
Manipulator is
and
not the
The
extreme.
dumbest. No, you
Yeah,
went
I did,
to,
yeah,
the,
yeah.
to the extremes. So
But these are people.
No, there was it was FDR, right? He did 4 terms, and then they were like, "Hey, yo, enough is enough, motherfucker."
So
the
you can't just like
dumbest
exclude
person.
them. Like it's a fucking test where you have like false fucking positives. These are real people.
So wait, okay, so you're saying everybody should have the right to vote on things regardless of their capability, their understanding, their
Yes, that's their position. And Cassel said, by being a citizen, you have the right to vote. I mean, that's not a weak argument.
so we should allow
Well,
every
yeah. So I know economics. Okay, I studied economics, and economics is
Okay.
taking words and sentences and turning it into numbers and variables. Now I heard Steelborne say it just people who don't know economics can easily promise things about it, right? But the truth is that you actually don't need to know economics to make good economic decisions, do you?
Well, you have to know enough.
Nope, you could accidentally make good decisions by just not. I mean, yeah, you can accidentally be, or incidentally. Let's say you just don't have expensive taste. You like eating the same food every day, so you just buy it a lot. You get bored by everything besides, I don't know, video games. So you spend a decent money on video games and a computer or a console or whatever, but you don't waste a lot of money because you just don't waste the money, not because you're actively saving, but just because your spending habits are not bad. I want to say this is the strongest I've seen Searka, but this is really the weakest I've seen Abe.
Can easily promise things about it, right? But the truth is that you actually don't need to know economics to make good economic decisions, do you?
Right. Like, I mean, a good economic decision just means not buying more than you need to. If you need a car, not buying a car that's more money than you need. That's a good financial decision.
You have to know enough.
No, you don't. You can make good economic decisions without knowing a single thing about economics.
Sure, you could make a good choice, but
So
doesn't
are
mean
you
that
aware
you're
of
gonna make all the choices
1970s?
economics?
Are you aware of how South Korea in the 1970s, okay, they set out the state-owned enterprise, or the state essentially said, we want to make a state-owned enterprise for steel, okay? South Korea has no steel prerequisites, no precursors.
Okay.
There's no way for them to make steel. You know who they decided to choose as the CEO?
Who?
A military general, a guy who had zero clue about economics. And
Okay, and then
that company today is still probably one of the top 5 largest steel companies in the entire world.
Okay, but
point being, does being in the military mean that you don't know anything about steel or business? Then what are you talking about?
this is
He didn't
also
know anything about
different
economics.
because you're saying a military leader who's been trained to utilize people and to give orders.
Is he
out
trained in
based
economics?
on the skills and
Is
abilities
he trained in
of
economics?
those people? No, he's
Is he trained in
leading.
economics?
He's trained
Okay,
in
so you don't
leading.
need to know economics to be a good leader.
But you're not going to be able to get to be a military leader without having any idea of economics. That doesn't mean that you studied, the Keynesian economics versus whatever else. But economics is just about money. And so if you understand, I make $10, so I can only spend $8 a week, using easy numbers. That's economics.
I didn't say you had to know economics to be a good leader. You asked if poor people could make.
I'm sorry,
good
you guys are
economic
not saying
decisions.
that experts need to be the people who lead. Experts need to be the ones who do
That would
that. I'm
still
pretty
be
sure
an
I heard that.
expert. You're saying a military leader that would still be an expert in leading people. If it is the case that he's
Not
trained
in leading a company.
people,
He's a military leader. He doesn't know how to lead a company.
they would still.
He knows how to
utilize the
lead
same
people to
basic-
shoot people, right?
No,
Abe?
there would still be the same.
So so do you think it's easier to lead people in a war zone where they're shooting people, or is it easier to lead people when there's a clear, safe monetary incentive to do the thing? Come on, Abe. Come on, Abe. Nikki said a good economic decision is saving when you're young to take advantage of compound interest. Definitely. AOC said Costco Wasco has a degree in economics, so even educated people can be a disaster. I mean, it's almost getting to the point where there's an inverse relationship with knowledge and education. The more education you have, the less knowledge you have. Knowledge it escapes your brain, and you become brainwashed. Not good. Not good. I think if the average person ran their household finances like the government runs the nations, they'd all be homeless. Yup. We got Chronic in the building. Welcome to the party. Is he forgetting logistics, which a military would be a master of? Yes. This is a terrible example. Now, if he brought up an example of, let's try to think of something off the top of my head, where you're leading a steel company, and you come from working construction. No, that's even still too close. Let's say you're a teacher, and now you run the steel company. Is there any overlap between being a teacher and running a company? I went to school and I got my psychology degree, and then I served tables for like 7 years and didn't do shit. And then I became a dog trainer. Now, dog psychology and human psychology are obviously different, but the basics are not too different. But most of my job is not really dealing with dog psychology. It's dealing with the people and letting them know, this is what's going on, that's what's going on. Why do you feel like this? When you do that, he thinks this. Human psychology. And so you could say that if somebody was a dog trainer, flip it. Somebody's a dog trainer. Do you think that would help them be a good therapist or no? I think so. Welcome to the party. Jenny with the fake heavies in the building. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. I don't know what the E4 Mafia is. Sorry. Right over my head. I have a feeling this is a good joke, but I didn't get it. Stupid. All right, I'm again.
They would still.
He knows how to lead people to shoot people, right?
No,
Abe?
there would still be the same basic tenets there.
So you mean they get up in the morning and do drills and stuff, and then like practice shooting guns?
Do you know how the military works? Your leadership
do, yeah.
is trained to understand who needs to fill what positions because they're best for those positions. If you put,
Do you know the IQ of this guy?
Something like a business,
Do you know his IQ?
No.
Okay, so his IQ doesn't matter. He might be dumb actually, but he's a good leader.
But if he was trained well and he understands how to pick people,
Where is he even trying to go with this? What does this have to do with democracy?
which does take skill.
So IQ is not really what you're asking.
I never made the claim that IQ needs to be high. I made the claim
your
that people
teammates
have
did.
to know
Your teammates
things,
did.
understand things.
Okay. So
There's
everyone
no,
understands some
requisite that
things.
you have to
Abe.
be above 120 IQ. in
Everyone
order to
understands some
understand basic
things. Okay,
civics or-
that's true. I get that. I get.
Bro, let him talk. It's so annoying. I mean, a horse or Abe, either of you. Like, can I fucking finish a sentence? Remember, we didn't even get 10 seconds in to Searka's cross-examination of Steelborne. 9 seconds, and he interrupted. Bro, shut the fuck up.
Be above 120 IQ. in
Everyone
order to
understands some
understand basic
things. Okay,
civics or-
that's true. I get that. I get that.
So what's
Oh, got him.
your claim is with a military leader leading a steel company and doing well at it? At that
A man
point.
with zero economics expertise ran a company because he was a
Searka, how many of all of the businesses that exist in the world, how many founders or CEOs do you think have economics expertise? Do you think that is something that they measure before you start an LLC? No. Are you saying that you think that Elon Musk is the smartest person in the world because he's got the most money? I'm sure you wouldn't agree with that. No principles, just positions. It helps me right now to say that that guy is not good at that, even though he probably would be. And it was a real thing, so he was good at it. Good enough for you to know about it. But I just want to say this now, so you look stupid. What are we doing? What are we doing?
expertise ran a company because he was a disciplined leader and made a country that has zero prerequisites or precursors to make steel, is now still one of the top 5 largest steel companies on planet Earth. And
Was he
I just want
voted
you to
into that
realize-
position?
No,
Of
he was,
military leadership.
he was essentially given it by the state. Yeah.
Interesting.
Are
So
you- I know
I was going to say, politics, science, and economics all adhere to the same phenomenon where the geniuses and very uneducated arrive at truth through different methods. Education versus gut instinct. Midwits are usually wrong. Charo. We got Mr. Alley Cat. Welcome to the party. So he's trying to say that you don't have to be smart to vote in a democracy. Right, but that's not anything that the other side said. They were saying because of the fact that people aren't smart, a democracy can't work. Just saying that, well, you don't have to be smart to vote, that's a non sequitur. That doesn't really have to do with the arguments presented or the prompt itself. I'm very confused at where he's trying to, where's this plane landing? I don't know, but welcome to the party. Charismatic thing, gotta leave. You have a good one.
never claimed that democracy. I never claimed that, I never claimed that, choosing a central. I never said central planning cannot choose correctly. I don't know why you're deflecting now. That's not the problem here. The problem here is I'm attacking your idea that experts need to be the ones who run, because that doesn't mean anything.
Again, the claim isn't that it needs to be experts that lead. It's people that have to have at least a basic understanding.
So
of
what
the
did
thing that they
Steelborne mean
are
when he said stupid
residing
people?
within?
What exactly? He wants people to understand civics.
Maybe people that can't function on their own, people that don't have enough.
Aren't you just assuming a lot now?
Well, I'm saying.
What was he assuming? What was he assuming? And is that a fair assumption? Not all assumptions are bad. You can assume that I'm wearing pants. You might not be right, but you've seen me get up and do things when I stream. So you have no idea whether I have pants on or not. But it's safe to assume, based on the evidence. Shout out to Kobe. Welcome to the party. Indeed. Welcome to the party. I guess I can agree with the reverse of Searka. Just because you were taught economics means you know anything about it. Yeah, the level of, well, the problem here though is Steelborne on Abe's side. He started out with his opening saying that we don't want stupid people to vote, and you got to be elite. Abe is softening it and walking it back a little bit and just be like, no, well, you gotta understand what you're voting on. You don't have to be an expert. But Searka is pushing back against what Steelborne originally said, that we want experts. And from the very beginning, I was like, bro, that is not a door that you want to open, because we already have the elitism from the left. So they're gonna be like, okay, so you want to do things our way. We shouldn't have people like Trump in office because he's not. We should go to AOC because she has a degree in economics. That should be where Searka's going with this. But legal pays state tax, but should not vote.
Bingo.
Yup. If you take more in tax-funded benefits than you pay, you aren't really a taxpayer. I think that's fair in general, like in a vacuum. I 100% agree. I don't think that inherently using the like welfare systems should disqualify you. Inherently. I'm open to, a level of abuse or a level of use where it's like, okay, you're really not you really don't have a dog in this fight. So you ain't voting. I'd be open to that, but not inherently, just because it's a net positive, because that can change. That can be changed. The local time here is 10:34. All right, let's dive back in.
Maybe people that can't function on their own, people that don't have enough.
Aren't you just assuming a lot now?
Yeah. So no, he's not. He's giving you examples of things that match his point. He's not assuming anything. He's saying if this happens.
Well, I'm saying that this would be the case. If people can't manage their own money, can't manage their own daily lives, they probably shouldn't be voting on who manages everyone's.
Well, they don't have to. They vote on whatever they want. We have freedom of doing that. Now, you can actually just abdicate your vote on those things in a democracy. Do you know that?
Sure, if you realize that you should.
People do.
Do they though? Democratically. People will not vote because they don't care or they don't think about it. But I don't know how often people are like, well, I've been thinking about all of this stuff and I just don't think I know enough. I don't think that really happens. I mean, I'm not saying nobody.
Okay, and
now finally, institutions
the
themselves.
absence of the vote proves there should be a vote. Is that what you're saying?
If you make institutions only answerable to experts within those institutions, then how does an institution know how to stop a negative feedback loop or self-reinforcing ideology without an outside perspective?
He is so bad. Searka's so bad at creating a narrative. He just has a bunch of different random points. Like, okay, so the vote here and the vote here. Okay, so what about an outside perspective? And how are these things connected to each other, much less connected to the fucking prompt?
Comes by the evidence
except
of the
they
outcomes.
reinforce themselves. Like, I'm sure you've probably heard this before. Academia is in an ivory tower, right? Closed, cut off.
Mm-hmm.
Now, why is that? There's some truth to it.
Yeah. Then I'm with you, Nikki. Then I'm with you.
Now, why is that? There's some truth to it. Academia has these self-reinforcing qualities to it to where it pushes out any other opinions. Do we want all institutions in the United States, economics, legal system, to be beholden to themselves? Or do you want them to serve the people?
Are you trying to make a one-to-one correlation between, say, businesses and government to college?
I don't think that's an answer,
education?
man. I don't think
He's clarifying the question. If you didn't interrupt him, you would understand that he is trying to answer the question. He doesn't understand what the question is. Clarifying questions are the only questions you can use because you're not answering the question with a question. You're clarifying the question so that you can answer the question. But, if you're just going to interrupt and be an asshole, then you're not going to know that. And then remember, he didn't build up any goodwill, so now he just looks like a dick.
Or do you want them to serve the people?
Are you trying to make a one-to-one correlation between, say, businesses and government to college?
I don't think that's an answer,
education?
man. I don't think that's an
No,
answer.
I'm asking. Is that
it's
a
an institution?
correlation?
It's an institution. It functions similarly.
Okay, and what outcomes are measured to see whether or not this institution is doing a good job?
I mean, the institution gets to decide, I guess, don't they? Academia gets to decide whether or not its institution is doing well.
Right, and will it continue to function if it's doing a poor job or failing at its task?
Depends on how much power it
Wouldn't
has.
that then prompt
The legal
change?
system, if you make judges and if you only allow people to vote on the legal system if they're experts at being judges, then it's going to self-reinforce itself because these people are taught by that very system you're talking about. So how are you going to
It's going to self-reinforce itself, or it's going to self-reinforce? Redundant.
self-reinforce itself because these people are taught by that very system you're talking about? So how are you going to stop that?
I'm still trying to see how you're tying this to government itself.
I said shit. Me too. Hey, wait. Are you talking about the Voodoo Ranger? Is that what that what that means? Oh, I thought you said, and then I thought you were talking about Voodoo Ranger, and you tapped a keg. I was like, God damn, get it.
I'm
tapped
still trying to see how
intellectually.
you're tying this to government itself.
I'm tapped intellectually.
These are all
You're saying a
institutions.
self-referential
within-
system.
You don't think the legal system has any effect on how the government functions? How you can maybe go to jail?
Of course it does. Of course it
Okay,
does.
so what do you
But
mean when you
but
say
now
that?
you're trying to lie. You're saying that because education is an institution and it produces educated people, then people from that institution are going to go into the world and reinforce only that institution for that institution's
taught by it.
good and
They're
not
taught by
for the process and benefits that it produces. If
Abe, you gotta stand up for yourself when people are interrupting, and especially now where it's like, oh, okay, I finally understand all your bullshit that you're throwing out there. What the through line is. So you're saying A, B, C, D, E, and F, but you're wrong because of X, Y, Z, and whatever. Especially when you're on that road. Can I finish? Hold on. Whoa, I was talking. Up. You have the goodwill because you haven't been interrupting. You haven't been mean. You haven't been throwing ad homs. You haven't been using logical fallacies. You're just sitting there trying to understand what's going on, and he's jumping down your throat when you're asking a clarifying question. This is the time to use that goodwill. You're like, yo, can you shut the fuck up while I'm talking?
not
taught by
for the process and benefits that it
Too
produces.
nice.
If it's
But it's
failing
also
at
going to
that and
teach
no
them, if
and
only
go through
people
the
who are
education
experts in
system.
that field, the only people who are experts in the very field that taught them what they know, that's going to reinforce the institution itself.
So these people become opinionless once they come through that system.
No, I never said that.
I went through the system. I don't go along with the psychology people just because I got my degree in psychology.
They can
why
no
you would
longer
just
see
try to argue with someone else who's
because
not
you're
here.
saying that they're going to reinforce that system.
Yo, he literally is arguing Steelborne's point. And then he says, "Oh, you're arguing something that's not here." You know what we call that? Rejection. Insane. Yep, I forget where I heard this, but it was somebody in academia saying that I graduated college in 2020 and 2012, and somebody I don't remember the context, but they're like there was some kind of switch between class of 2012 and class of 2013 where shit just got all mixed up, and it's been bad before that too.
I don't
They
know
can
why
no
you would
longer
just
see
try to argue with someone else who's
because
not
you're
here.
saying that they're going to reinforce that system.
The
You're
institution teaches
assuming that
people,
they're going to reinforce
and then these
the
people are
system
going
they're
to be institutionally
And where's Horse, man? Come on, Horseradish. Why a little bit of moderation.
given the information, and they're going to vote accordingly because they've been taught that over time.
Well, they're going to be in the judicial system. They're going to be based on the law, right? They still have to reference
Which
something
they get
outside
to
of the system
decide,
that is
yeah.
the academia.
Which they get to decide.
So they can decide that the law isn't what the law says at all.
It sounds like you
That's
want
what
the
you're-
law to be servicing to the public, though. So maybe you should probably figure that one out. It seems like the public are who actually should be deciding these things.
You're
People
just-
who don't know
The
anything about
public
legal
are
system.
the people that enter the same institution that you're talking about.
And when they come
That
out,
institution is built
and
of
when they
the
come out,
people in
when
and
they come out, they are now institutionalized by it.
brainwashed forever. They just can't make individual choices.
No, but it has a self-reinforcing effect. If you don't know this, that's a you problem,
this
man.
institution.
It's like asking
Well, okay, fine. So it has a self-reinforcing, and then what the fuck does that have to do with democracy?
why we don't have jurors be judges. You understand why, right?
Yeah, because they serve different roles. What does that have to do with what you're talking about? I'm not saying that you're not making a point. I just don't know what the fuck it is.
Because they don't understand the legal system and all the laws and tenets of the laws that are actually supposed.
That's one reason. I don't think that's what Searka was saying. Is that they get, if you have the judge that wants to make things fair, the jury is then the one that actually serves as the judge to give the verdict. But the one is to moderate and make it fair and make sure everything's going right, and the other is to make the determination. And so he's saying you can't be a juror who is the judge. In the same way, you can't be a juror and a prosecutor in the same case. Okay, what does that have to do with democracy? Oh, it was definitely before that. Yeah, Nikki said I graduated in 97, and the last year I was in school, the participation trophy, new math, no child fails BS was already starting. Well, I'm blaming that on the elder Gen X. Elder Gen X and younger boomers. Y'all started the participation trophies, and then 10 years later got mad at us when it wasn't our fucking choice. So, fuck you. I'll never forgive you for that. God damn.
School system and all the laws and tenets of the laws that are actually supposed to govern what happens in the case or govern the general
the public should be jurors, right? For that reason, yeah. Because we want every case to come in with zero bias. If we let judges be jurors, if you think about it,
right.
You think there's zero bias with a judge who knows the outcome of the case before the case happens? When they walk into the courtroom, they know 90% of the time that
the judge knows the outcome of the case before it happens?
What?
I must have misheard that.
First, if you think
zero
about
bias
it,
is a pretty
you think there's zero bias with a judge who knows the outcome of the case before the case happens? When they walk.
What?
Am I stupid? A judge that knows the outcome of the case before the case happens. Why? What? Somebody either tell me that that's retarded or that I'm retarded and what he actually means. Listen to it again.
You think there's zero bias with a judge who knows the outcome of the case before the case happens? When they walk into the courtroom, they know 90% of the time that this case is going to end up in this way, and that's not going to give them bias?
If they know the outcome of the case, then why would they do the trial? Why is nobody answering me?
I don't think humans are capable of acting without bias.
They are if they're in the legal system, especially a judge, because he's literally a part of it, isn't he? I mean, he'll probably know.
Well, that's odd because you're saying that the institution he was trained by will then
is going to inform him of how often this.
Okay, so explain. So based on discovery facts, you know what the arguments are going to be and how the jury is going to vote. How do you know the outcome of the case before the case happens? And I don't even know that I don't even know that the judge is going through the discovery. That's what the attorneys do. The explicit reason that we have a judge is to not be burdened by all that information. That's for the prosecutors and the defense to work out. Let's just be sure. I heard. Whoa, Canon Ops. What are you doing, Bubs? You okay? Okay, you want to come here? No, we don't have anything yet. Look cute, and then maybe they'll pay us. I heard someone say that a judge knows the outcome of the case 90% of the time before the case happens. Do you have any idea what he means? Because to me, it sounds like he thinks judges have a crystal ball. Not to be confused with Kyle Kulinski's husband. 97 was a good year. Well, I was about 7. I turned 8 in that might have been a Thanksgiving birthday. But yeah, I turned 7 that year. So I think I was having a good time. That Pokemon was raging. I love that shit. Hey, we got Podosa. Welcome to the party. The Gen X ladies. Yeah, but did you stop it when you had the power? Did you stand up and say, if we do this to our children, it will destroy them? We had so much hope for the future, and the new millennium came, and it all went to shit. Well, don't you worry. Don't you worry. The millennials are coming to save you. The millennials are coming to save you. We're getting to about that age. What is going on here? We're getting to that age, and it's gonna work out. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Millennials will fix everything. Obviously. Certain doesn't mean judges literally predict the future. It's shorthand for the idea that most cases are legally straightforward once the facts and law are known. The law is clear in most cases. If the statute is clear and the facts are undisputed, okay, yeah, but that let's get it. Yeah, so if it's easy, yes, judges read the filing before the hearing, before oral arguments. Judges typically receive briefs, motions, evidence, and legal arguments. By the time lawyers stand up in court, the judge may already have a strong tentative view. The hearing often tests whether either side can change that view. Most cases aren't close calls, so it's an exaggeration. Saying 90% rhetorical. By the time the case reaches a judge, after reading the filings and applying the established law, the likely outcome is already apparent in most cases. So I think that was a really dumb way to say that. Oh, am I frozen again? God damn it. Come on. There we go. I think that was a really dumb way to say that. But especially since the point was whatever, fine.
That the institution he was trained by will then
is going to inform him of how often this case ends up in a guilty plea, right? Or sorry, a guilty verdict. So that's going to reinforce biases internally. The reason we have people who aren't a part of the legal system come in to be jurors is because it gives an outside perspective.
I'm now confused.
Yeah, I don't think you're understanding this. Okay, we can end it here.
First time in the whole debate. He is an interesting dude. That's what they all say. That's what they all say.
You're muted, Horse.
We're going to go ahead and jump on in there. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next pairing. So yeah, again, I was going to add more time to the clock, but I figured I'd just let you guys cook until there was a natural pause, which, you guys got there. So we're going to go ahead and move on to our number 2 set of debaters. That is going to be Emmett and Cassel. Gentlemen, once again, 10 minutes.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. My God. My memoriality. My God.
On the clock. If you guys are still cooking at the end of it, I'm going to just keep letting y'all roll until there's a natural pause. So go ahead and start on up.
Okay. Hello, Cassel.
Hello.
How you doing, buddy?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm doing great. So whenever we're talking about, for example, the greatest GDP in the world, which is contested between the United States and China, do you enjoy how good the Chinese economy is going in their democratic system?
The Chinese Communist Party?
Do I enjoy how well their economy is going? I mean, technically that's being disputed. I know they have a large economy, but it is basically still commanded by one-party rule. So a lot of it is government funded. A lot of it is being propped up by the government. And
y'all stole that from us. We had to learn it with the fucking real world with Obama and the 2008 fucking crash.
Their form of, I guess you could call it a mix of communism and they do have some form of capitalism there. I don't think it's very good long-term for their country.
No, so in the long term, it's not going to be very stable. I agree with that. For example, right now, Germany has a GDP growth of 0.79%, which was explained as one of the ideas that, you should be having a democracy. GDP goes up, the printer goes brr. What do you think about that kind of growth rate?
I think Europe has definitely struggled in terms of economic growth, but I think also a lot of that has to do with the industries in those countries. And also a lot of the issues that they're having in Europe has to do with birth rates as well. So they have a lot of older citizens who still need to rely on the government. And then there aren't enough younger people being born, which is why immigration is a huge thing in Europe as well. So I don't know if it's separate from the democracy itself from being poor. I think their economic decision-making skills maybe aren't the best, but I don't think that they're
All right, guys, it is time for the members only chat after party. If you're not a member, don't worry, you will still be able to see the show. You just won't be able to chat, but you can still use those super chats. And since I am so nice, I will leave the Rumble stream open. So if you still want to chat, it won't be on screen or anything, but head on over there. So Twitch, you are gone. Removing Twitch. And then we're going to members only. If you're not a member, this is your last chance to say whatever you got. You got 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we're gone. Shout out to the members. What is good? What is good? So we got a new, let's switch over to our other banner. Boom, 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 boom. Starting out with 21 points, guys. Remember, double points in the after party. Double points in the after party. 2 points for every $1. Let's hit that goal. I had a good time with you guys yesterday.
Their economic decision-making skills maybe aren't the best, but I don't think that their leadership skills are being, or what's the problem there.
And who elected the leaders that they have over there in Europe?
I mean, it depends on which country you're talking about. Some of them have parliaments, some of them have different forms of democracies. But yeah, I mean, listen, I'm not going to defend every leader of Europe right now. I think some are good, some can do better. And also a lot of them are kind of, I'm trying to think if they've been voted out recently or not. I mean, the UK has a leader like every other year, it seems like.
Which, what are you referring to specifically? Because so far, what I've seen is Emmett asking these vague questions, forcing Cassel to give like a, well, I don't really know what you mean, but I'm going to answer anyway, kind of deal. I'm usually right there with the semantic obfuscation. What did I miss?
Been voted out recently or not. I mean, the UK has a leader like every other year, it seems like. So it's hard to keep track these days.
Okay. Oh, so who's exactly being accountable? For example, in the UK, are we going to be like, oh, this guy that was out yesterday, maybe is the guy that was accountable, or maybe the new guy, or maybe the one that was 3 years ago, right? Which one is the one that's accountable for the problems in the UK?
Well, the UK is kind of a good example of people that have issues with their governance. They've been voting in and out new people, like I said, every other year. So a few years ago, Boris Johnson was an issue because the country economically wasn't going well. Now Starmer is an issue because of immigration. So he's going to be voted out soon by Parliament or replaced. So I think that the voters have a lot of issues over the past few years that they've gone back and forth with. And that's why you've seen the leaders in that country change so often. But I think that just shows that democracy for them has worked out because they're making it an issue that if you don't listen to the people, they're going to vote you out to make sure that somebody does do something to help, whether it's economically, immigration-wise, healthcare-wise. I think that's a good thing, right? You can't have a...
And so that's where I think Steelborne can only wrap this up by referring back to his whatever the 4 points that he said in his opening. Because I think the negative side has done a good job of saying, well, it's not perfect, but by what metric are you saying it does not work? And Steelborne was the only one that had actual metrics.
Ruler there that's going to just decide what he thinks is the number one issue and just go from there. So I think that's important.
Okay, I don't know exactly about that. They decided to get, for example, away from the European Union, and they have been pretty much sold out because there is a lot more, money involved with people who want to pocket their money, the people who want to have more immigration, the people who have been pretty much selling off their country instead of listening to the citizens. So I wonder, that's what I was asking you, who exactly is responsible? Who can I go as a citizen and say, you are the one that is responsible?
And yeah, so but as I'm saying, blaming the economy on democracy at the moment is a bit dumb. And it's not like getting rid of democracy fixes everything. But that doesn't, that's not on the affirmative side to say what would fix everything. They just have to establish that what does it mean for a governmental structure or ideology or whatever to work, and then does democracy meet that threshold? It should be. I'm surprised that there wasn't a little bit more collaboration on the affirmative side. I've never done one of these 3v3s. I'm not really interested, but I feel like I would want to talk with my my team So we're all kind of on the same page. So that if I'm the strongest on I'm not, but let's say I'm strongest on economic arguments, and someone else is much stronger on foreign policy, and like we would want to know what each other are thinking. So if we don't get matched up with the other person that knows our shit, then we can help each other out. But they seem very it seems like 3 individual debates happening at the same time. You know what I mean? We do not have 44 minutes to secure movie night. We have the entire week to secure the movie night. Just to be sure, just to be clear, it is a weekly goal. But the push-ups and the peanut butter from Morty, that is whatever the time said.
Who can I go as a citizen and say, you are the one that is responsible for allowing, for example, a lot of immigrants into my state, and now they are, as happened a little while ago, stabbing a 17-year-old girl.
I mean, again, I don't think that when we were...
That's why, yeah, it's a pretty complex conversation to analyze. Why a country is doing well or not. To just wrap that under democracy is crazy. And that's why I was excited to see where they were going to take such a broad prompt. I was saying before that if we have a very specific, it's like, oh, okay, great, we're going to get into the weeds on this specific thing. But when you have democracy does not work, and as the 3v3, I got no idea where that shit's going. No idea.
I mean, again, I don't think that when we were talking about how people are not infallible before, makes the argument that democracy is the problem. It's just, we've been talking about this whole time that throughout the other systems, political systems, we know that you guys don't have an argument for which one is better than democracy. You've already made the point that democracies aren't perfect.
Okay, so what factors would you use to make that determination?
Well, your system is what, monarchy?
The question of the debate is democracy doesn't work. It's not what system would you put in place, instead of democracy. So we're giving you the reasons why it doesn't work. And for example, right now, I'm asking you. But for example, right now, I'm just asking you who is the person that is accountable for destroying the UK? Who?
They already have a prime minister. I thought I already told you they've had multiple prime ministers that have been held accountable. They are on like the 4th one at this point.
Apparently 7 in 10 years. But as I said, to say democracy does not work would need to show what works better. Nope. If I say this phone doesn't work, do I need to have another phone? Or can I prove to you that this phone doesn't work just by showing that a phone working means that the screen turns on and you can make phone calls? Do I need another phone that works better to show you? Or can I clearly argue that based on the function of a phone, this phone is not doing what it's supposed to do, therefore it does not work. Whether the iPhone is better or not is irrelevant. No?
That have been held accountable. They are on like the 4th one at this point.
Okay. So the one that they removed and put another in place, and they did the exact same thing by allowing more immigration, for example, that is the new that is accountable. The past one isn't. So the new one that comes after this one is Stamer is not going to be accountable anymore because you vote him out, right?
Well, that's what elections are for. You vote somebody out,
right?
No, you vote somebody out when they're not doing their job, and then the next person in line who comes into power is then held accountable for what he's promised on what he was elected for, right?
That's why I thought that anarchy would be, like, if they were going to put something forth, they would put forth anarchy, because there's plenty of issues with, not having leaders, but you can't compare that and just say, okay, well, then they both don't work. That's it. Democracy does not work. Not democracy is better than this, or democracy is the best, or anything. What does it mean to work? And does democracy hit that standard? I know.
Comes into power is then held accountable for what he's promised on what he was elected for, right? Like if you promise to clamp down on immigration and then you don't, then you get voted out, then the next person has to do a better job. That's just how it works.
Okay. Yeah, perfect. So let's say that I love libertarians. It's my favorite kind of people, okay? And I realized that the best business that I can do in my life is to become a great politician. I go into becoming the prime minister of the UK, and I make all the fucking money in the world because that was my idea of why I wanted to go there. I stay 2 years in power. I get all the money that I can. People vote me out. I'm accountable for my decisions. So did I do anything wrong by stealing all the money of these fucking peasants?
Yes, of course. You can still. Do you think that in the UK that you
Sorry, I missed the final question. What did you say?
Decisions. So did I do anything that I can? People vote me out. I'm accountable for my decisions. So did I do anything wrong by stealing all the money of these fucking peasants?
Yes, of course.
Yeah,
You can
what?
still. Do you think that in the UK that you have to serve 2 years? If you're being held accountable for stealing money, they can literally throw you out in like a day. Who is that? Who is that woman in the UK who like lasted less than a head of
Nobody remembers. Point for Cassel.
cabbage in the UK because she was so bad? So it's not like you get a full 2 years to do whatever you want. I mean, we can impeach people in the United States. There are systems we have in place that you can be censured for certain things that you do. So it's not like you get free reign for 2 years or 4 years or whatever. The democracies that I know of in the Western world act upon certain acts that we deem illegal or wrong, and you're held accountable for that much more ahead of time than just whatever your term says you are.
Okay, but at the end of the day, I did everything right in accordance to what I want, right? Because there's no higher status of what I ought to do. It's just
Well, there's nothing wrong with that. Who says that it's wrong? Well, if there's no God, then blah, 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 blah. Every single thing he says comes back to the same fucking argument. Start calling him Chinaman.
in accordance to what I want, right? Because there's no higher status of what I ought to do. It's just that when I go in, let's say that I'm really charismatic, okay? People like me. They go with me.
Do they though?
They have a great time with the people in Congress. They have a great time with me. Nobody's gonna do that with me. It's gonna take all the money anyway. We're gonna have parties afterward. People vote me after 2 years. Do I have any accountability after those 2 years? Because at the end of the day, people vote me out.
I mean, I guess you can come up with any hypothetical you want, but there are people like this in the current United States government that exists who we've been throwing out of Congress before. Like, look at Bill Clinton. He had sex with an intern. We impeached him for it. So it's not like these things don't go on account.
Hey, did Nikki call that one? Bill Clinton. I mean, hey. Copping some dome and Oval Office. Worst things have happened. You know what I mean?
Accounted for. I'm sure some people get away with it as well, but that's again goes to our system that it's not perfect.
Yeah,
People make mistakes.
How much time did he spend out of office because he was impeached? I mean, Bill Clinton.
Bill Clinton. Well, the Senate didn't remove him. He was impeached by the House, so that's different. But that's the accountability that we have in our system. If the Senate didn't, then
see, I would have taken that opportunity to be wait. Do you not know the difference between impeachment and removal?
You can't remove him.
How did he have to pay anything? Was there any kind of restitution? Was there any actual any actual
land the plane, Emmett. Land the plane.
Yeah, I mean, people viewed him pretty poorly after the fact that came out. So I would think that his moral character definitely took a bunch of hits.
Was he still the president of the United States until he finished his term, his 8-year term?
As I said, I'd say democracy works because new governments are elected without dispute. Legislation gets passed, no major civil unrest. At least not to the degree that we see in non-democratic places. Yeah, I agree. I mean, the shorthand has become democracy. We have to remember that the Horseradish crowd is a little bit more left leaning. They have some base people, but they're if I had to put this channel on the left or the right, I would put this channel, his channel, on the left. Not like far left or anything like that, but just that's where it plants. And so their shorthand for democracy is the system that we have now, the Democratic Republic. That is what they mean. Now, that could be some semantic obfuscation, but that is what they are defending. So I voted USA doesn't have democracy at the moment. So you could argue it either way. It's not a clear yes or no. I mean, yeah, it's not a clear thing. I have no idea what that is.
Yes, he was still the president, but I don't know how that's affecting our democracy. Are you saying that him having sex with an intern is why democracy is failing? I mean, I'm just saying that we can hold politicians accountable. It doesn't mean that democracy is bad.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that.
Yeah, then what are you saying,
example,
bro? You're just
see your car.
Just saying things.
Said that there's moral authority. There is none. And when I asked him who, he couldn't say me who. It was the people, somebody. Okay.
Yeah, but
The
Emmett, where are you
system
getting
in
your
of
moral
itself
authority
gets-
from? You said you got it from
I
God.
already
God
told
gave it
you.
to
I
the
already got it from
people.
God.
Right.
Yeah.
So how can
No,
you
not to
be
the
morally
people,
aligned with
not to the
God
people.
without relying on human interpretation?
Wait, it's not to the people. I never said that it was given to the people. Where did you get that from? It's not given to
You
the
were
people.
talking-
It's given to the church. And there's a specific church that I would say that is given to. So it's not like, and there's a specific interpretations. that
Okay,
are
so do you
outside
think
of
that the
scope of
church is
debate.
infallible? Do you think the church is infallible? Do you think the clergy and the religious institutions that
Got him.
decide what
Got
God is
him.
requiring, are they not infallible?
Yeah, yeah, that is the point of the church. But again, I told you, this is
Okay,
outside
so
of the
but
scope
that's
of
no
debate.
different than the regular people who decide who we elect as president. I just don't understand like how you're interpreting the two different people who are
Because my God.
just people. One is
Mhm.
fallible, one is not. I mean, we literally had
What?
cases where priests were raping kids. How do you defend
Raping,
that?
but I'm not defending that. I'm not talking about the. I'm not that. Okay.
But you said that's where you got
The
your moral authority
priest.
from.
Yes,
I'm Eastern Orthodox. I don't even like the Catholics.
the institution is uncorruptible. People can be corruptible. There's a difference between those
He
two things.
literally
Okay?
just asked you that. He literally just asked you that, and you said no.
I know you don't, but that's what I tell you. This is outside of the scope of the debate. This is what I was talking.
Then stop bringing it into the debate, Emmett, please.
I'm talking to you when it comes to democracy. Let's say that there is the possibility that there can be bad actors, heretics in the church. That's fine. We know that happens. Okay.
That's not true. I got a $500 bill for an ambulance that I didn't even ride in. I got in a car accident, not my fault. Pretty sorry, guy. And I was, I was driving my Dodge Dart, and I was in the left lane, and the semi truck fucking cut me off. And because, there was the wall there, I was like, all right, it was wet. So I was like, all right, let me slam on the brakes and try to get behind into the other lane. And I just clipped the other side of the truck. But, it's an 18-wheeler, and I had a little fucking plastic Dodge Dart. So the car was fucking totaled. But I mean, I was fine. But they called the ambulance there. I still got a bill. So I don't know where they have free ambulances, but it ain't here. It is a very, very common trope that people will take the risk of driving themselves to the ER specifically to not get the ambulance fee. You know what I mean? So I don't know where that is, but it sure as shit ain't here.
That there can be bad actors, heretics in the church. That's fine. We know
Oh yeah,
that
you're
happens.
okay. I forgot you were Australia. So you're saying Australia has that? Gotcha.
Okay, there's people who become bad actors in the church itself. Again, that is known. Now tell me, where does democracy get their morals from? Who is responsible? Where do I go to know if this is right or wrong in democracy?
Well,
You can go to the church. Would a Christian nationalist democracy not be something that you could work with?
already said that we know who we can hold responsible as our leaders. Where we talk about morals, I'm not a religious person, but I know most of Congress is religious. So I would say that they can find their own morals throughout their experiences in life, or the church, or whatever religious institutions they go to. But I'm not getting the point that you're making between how those people are less corruptible if we've already admitted that whether you're a godly person or you look up to God, you can still be infallible, you can still make mistakes, you can be even immoral and still work in these institutions. So how is your moral code higher than any other regular person?
There's no morality in your code.
It's not. I just feel like it because God told me to. It all comes down to my preferences. Your preferences are to listen to your church. My preferences are to somewhat listen to your church, but not take it as dogma. My preferences.
That's what I'm pointing to. It's not about me. It's not about Tukwokwe, okay? It doesn't reflect on me. What I'm trying to figure out is where is the moral axiom when it comes to democracy. It relies directly on population.
Were you here for the Chinese room?
But the population can be immoral. So we don't even have an idea of where do they come from with this kind of moral axioms at all. But just to finish this, I have a really interesting question for you. Do you think, for example, democracies, like China, that is moving directly towards authoritarianism, or even has moved to authoritarianism at this point? What is it? Do you not? Is there a pattern?
So then, if we are willing to take the vote away from women and from stupid people because they cannot be, they cannot have their minds changed. What is different about that than Christians? I would argue that it is much easier, maybe not much easier, it is easier to get a leftist and or a woman to understand, the perspectives of a moderate conservative, we'll say, than it is to convince a Christian that Christianity is not the end-all be-all. Is that a hungry dance? Oh, we got a hungry dance. We got a hungry dance, guys. Feed the puppy. Feed the puppy. Not a single dono for the after party.
Do you not? Is there a pattern that you can see through history when it comes to?
Took me a second, but I got you.
Democracies that just move to tyranny.
Yeah.
Sorry, what?
To not? Is there a pattern that you can see through history when it comes to democracies that just move to tyranny?
Yeah, I'm confused though. But China's never been a democracy though.
What do you mean? It has been a democracy. They vote in the people that go into the parliament, and they vote. They are a representative republic in a sense. They do represent, and they do it through voting.
I think it was Steelborne or somebody mentioned Russia too. Like, I don't know how this team is interpreting Russia or China as some type of democracy. We know that they have basically a one-party rule in those countries, and the people, if you are against whatever Xi Jinping or Putin says, you're basically tossed out of Congress or whatever parliament that they have. So we know that it's not true that they are democracies. Come on.
Correct. They're moving towards authoritarianism, but they started as
well. There's no value judgment in the sense that they will send the ambulance out, or if you show up, even if you're not a citizen, if you show up to the ER, they have a duty to treat you. It just ain't free. And if you don't have ways to pay, then they make it up with the rest of us who have insurance and shit. But yeah. Score 1 for Australia. Glunduck said USA is the most expensive healthcare, but also the highest quality healthcare with the best outcomes in the world. USA number 1. There isn't one. There isn't one. We're not even debating religion. This is why Thomas Sheedy of Atheists for Liberty, I'm saying that we need to get more atheist on atheist debates that are not about religion. I think that would be so eye-opening for so many people. I mean, if I was in the trans community, I would think, hey, we need to put on debates with trans versus trans that's not about trans. Humanize people.
As republics, as the Weimar Republic did as well, when they elected the H-man, for example. I cannot say his name to avoid.
Wait, but are you saying the People's Republic of China, because they have Republic in their name, makes them a republic? That's
was
like,
H-man elected? Was H-man elected?
Wait, now you're talking about Germany? Wait, I'm talking about China.
I'm just asking. The Xi Jinping was elected too, but I'm asking you through history, for example. H-man, was he elected?
Yeah, but I still don't understand how you're saying that somebody who was elected and then chose to become an authoritarian dictator and not pursue democratic reforms is like, that's an argument against democracy. Like, you're kind of all over the place for me here.
Because there's no guardrails, and whenever there is a
because they took them away he took them away though. That's like the whole point here is like when you have people like Xi Jinping and the H-man who are taking away those democratic institutions, that leads to a more corruptible power, authoritarianism, dictatorship, whatever. That's not good. That's not what we want.
All right,
so perfect. When you agree, when you agree,
tie it up for me. Tie it up for me.
Between what you're saying and what I think Abe was saying, or even Steelborne, is like, okay, we want to have a standardized way for people.
And see, Tesco Johnson, when he was here before, he was saying, oh, you gotta, put out the alternative. And I was like, nah, you don't want to give him that ground. And now here he is in the chat of the debate saying, what are the guardrails to monarchy exactly, with a laugh. That is why you don't go out of the scope of the debate, because you can be wrong.
The vote, like having testing. We want less corruptible institutions. Like, these are things that we can incorporate into democracy now with the rule of law that we have the power to do now. It doesn't mean that democracy is the issue here. It's that the people who want to take that away from us and corruptible are the problem.
Perfect. Last question. Let's say that I am a very charismatic leader. I got into it. I get a bunch of people in power. We have three quarters of the Congress. Everybody is aligned with me, and I decide through the constitutional power that I'm going to become the emperor of America. Is there any guardrail that says that I can't do it?
Yes, we have a court system. Supreme Court. Stop that from happening.
Do you realize that they enforce the laws, right? And I will be doing the laws through the Congress. But anyway, thank you so much,
Yep.
Horseradish.
Yeah, no worries. I let the clock start running up. Figured I'd give y'all up to 5 minutes. Y'all took that and still wanted more. So it's a great debate, and I appreciate y'all doing it. So, all right, last pair comes down to the captains.
All right,
I'm pretty sure that they left something on the plate for you, gentlemen. 10 minutes is on the clock.
I have a feeling this one's going to be a little bit better. So
Get home for us.
What the fuck? I think this is going to be a little bit better. So I do have the poll ready to go, but let's see where it goes. And yeah, I mean, I think if either one of them was able to articulate this, either Cassel saying it like this or Emmett refuting this specifically, I think that would have been a lot more fruitful. But that felt like a waste of time. I don't feel like most of that was about democracy. It was about the things that I don't like about democracy. What about this? Stupid people. And even the smartest leftists. Justice said, I heard some stories about people running from the ambulance in the USA because they don't want to pay. Is that? No, that is absolutely true. That is absolutely true. Yup.
10 minutes is on the clock. Yeah, bring it home for us.
All right, okay. I got a couple of questions real quick. Do you think I got 5 questions? You think we can get through them real quick, and then I'll give the rest of the time to you?
Yeah. Go ahead. Let's go. Sure.
Okay, so my first question is: would you agree that a person should understand a subject before making decisions about it that would affect other people?
I think it's ideal.
Okay, you think it's ideal. If 60 to 70% of Americans can't pass a basic civics test to demonstrate they even understand how our government works, why should we trust the electorate to make complex political decisions?
I think it's about correction. We have a system where you can get it wrong, and it perseveres until we can get it right.
So what the fuck? So you can see the difference. That Steelborne side is saying, well, this is about the utility, the fact that we are ending up with bad results. Whereas the negative side is talking, ironically, about the principle that everybody should have a say in the government, that the government should be reflective of the people, whether they are smart or stupid or whatever. That's the difference here. But not liking how democracy, or not liking dancing around, not liking how society is, doesn't mean that the structure itself doesn't work. Like you said, in America, if you want free healthcare, annoy the cops till they hit you and they have to pay for the ambulance and the hospital bill. Smart. That's a dilly. That's smart. Obviously joking. Don't do that. I mean, unless you know you can get away with it.
Is it always going to persevere until we get it right?
I don't think everything lasts forever. It's about longevity, and we've lasted a pretty long time, and we've tried it in multiple countries, and they've all lasted.
Hold on, we've lasted a pretty long time relative to most.
Democracy or America? I mean, democracies. Like, democracies lasted a long time.
Oh, really? What's the longest lasting democracy?
The longest lasting democracy? I wouldn't know off the top of my head.
You can look it up if you want. I'm cool with it.
Okay.
On me.
Okay, well, it says 230 years.
And real quick.
But if you're saying we're a democracy, we're celebrating 250 years.
How long did the Byzantium Empire last, or the Roman Empire, or the Chinese Empire, or the Japanese Empire?
Wait, wasn't the Roman Empire like also developing democracy?
No. The Romans hated democracy. They thought it was a dumb idea.
Also, didn't the Chinese like empires like shatter and come back together?
No, not necessarily. So there were some dynasties that lasted hundreds of years. It depends. There was usually what caused a Chinese empire to fail was invasion from another nation, and like they got taken over, and then the Chinese would rebel.
I mean, if your system cannot like prevent like rebelling and invasion, that's like
well, that's
right?
any system is going to be.
I mean, we all saw how that worked out for Jace, right?
subject to that.
You're talking. I think you're talking about different like time periods, though, and you're conflating them all into one in order to inflate numbers here. But
I'm just saying, like, I don't even think that I don't think the Chinese Empire lasted for thousands of years necessarily, but like collectively over the course of Chinese history, they've had much more time as an empire.
We're not going to do collective here. We're not going to do collective.
Okay,
here.
real quick. Is the UK a democracy?
It's a form of democracy.
Okay, and correct me if I'm wrong, but democracy, the purpose of democracy is to serve the will of the people, right?
Not necessarily.
What is the democracy for?
Depends if you're talking about the system or the ideal. The ideal of a democracy is to be basically propagate, yes, enact the civic will of the majority, but also preserve the civic will of the minority. So if the people that are in the majority win, the people that are in the minority don't cease to exist, making a cohesive system that continues rather than falling apart and imploding.
Well,
on
do you
itself.
think that democracies, if our system is supposed to be a democracy, right? But like a massive minority is all that's needed to win the elections. Is that really a democracy anymore, or is it still working?
If it's a slim margin, is it still democracy?
All that's needed.
Why would it not? Why would it not be?
Do you think that democracies, if our system is supposed to be a democracy, right? But like a massive minority is all that's needed to win the elections. Is that
a massive minority, meaning of the general population? Yeah, so it's a 3v3. So there's 3 debaters on each team. So the affirmative, they agree with the prompt. The negatives disagree with the prompt. But 3v3. So they had 3. He was the one that opened it. These are the 2 captains of the team. So it's a 3v3. And that is why in the poll that I'm about to put, I'm not asking who is the best debater. I'm asking which team debated better, regardless of with whom you agree. But this is weird phrasing because a massive minority doesn't win unless it's the majority of people who are voting. If we have 100 people at a party, and we're like, all right, everybody, we're going to vote on whether we want hot dogs or burgers, and only 3 people vote, that's still democracy. Is it not? As long as everybody is given the opportunity to vote. Am I wrong?
right? But like a massive minority is all that's needed to win the elections. Is that really a democracy anymore? Or
Yeah.
is it still working?
I think you're starting to.
I called it. Horseradish, quick fact check. It is apparently the longest lasting democracy in history. Yeah, if you just said 230 years and we just we're celebrating 250, the math is, in fact, mathing.
Step away from a democracy. A democracy is not black or white. It's going to be a gradient thing. You can't just be like,
real quick,
this is exactly 100%.
What percentage of the vote do you need to win parliament in the UK?
I don't know. I'm not from the UK.
13%.
Okay, that seems like they're stepping away from democracy. Would be ideal if they step more into democracy to avoid those pitfalls, huh?
I don't think so. Actually,
also, it's irrelevant.
Got him.
Whether it works, there's still a country.
Does the
that
UK
has
seem like it's working right now?
It's still operating, even if it has problems. If a car needs its oil changed and needs air in its tire, it's still a fucking functioning car, ain't it?
Hey, man. You know I love my analogies. Yeah. I mean, the car's out of oil. That doesn't mean the car doesn't work. It just means you need to put some oil in the fucking car.
Not for very long, but...
I mean, it's all about maintenance, right? Any system fails if you fail to maintain it, democracy included.
Okay.
You can say, yes, we need to...
And so the argument has to be, there is no way to maintain democracy. I'm not against that notion. I'm not saying that is the case. I don't know, but that's the only argument here. That's the only argument here. And that you're saying democracy doesn't work because government doesn't work. All systems will fail. That's your only avenue.
If you fail to maintain it, democracy included.
Okay.
You can say, yes, we need to maintain it better. Okay, that's not a failure of democracy. It's a failure of people not maintaining.
Okay, so if democracy, if the goal of democracy is the ideal is to serve the will of
everybody in the chat's like, God damn it, why are you making me agree with the anime thing?
People. So if the goal of democracy is the ideal is to serve the will of the people.
I don't agree with that. So
You said you said the ideal was to serve the
No,
will of
that's
the
not what I
people
said
in
the
both the
ideal
majority
was.
and protect the minority
that
at the
is
same
what I
time.
said. Yes.
Okay.
There we go.
So if
Follow me, guys! It's not just here and it's not just Substack, although I did drop that Substack article. You got the whole week to read it and watch the videos and all that stuff. Very cool. But of course, I'm all over TikTok. I've been posting some of the stuff to YouTube Shorts just because TikTok automatically downloads it to your phone anyway. But TikTok is the one. And of course, YouTube is bullshit. So make sure that you are following me on Rumble. If for no other reason, then that's where we do the movie nights. But especially now, at least with Substack, I have a way that if something goes haywire here, and I can't talk to you guys for a week, I can at least check the Substack, because then I could do something like let me know who's going to be here for Rumble, and I can still do the show as long as I know there's going to be people there. But, no offense. If it's just going to be 2 people, then I'm going to take a vacation. Yeah, man. All right. Exactly.
Bingo.
Someone needs to define what not work looks like. And he did that earlier, but he had 4 points, and they were kind of long, so I don't remember them. He didn't underscore them at the end of his opening, and he hasn't been back up here. So I'm hoping he's going to get into that. If I think I saw this part, and I think they do. But you're absolutely right. Absolutely right. The semantics definitely matters here. And he said, I wouldn't recommend ever approaching American police or starting shit with anyone in general while carrying a concealed weapon. Should go without saying, but good advice either way. Yeah, agreed. Agreed.
majority and protect the minority
That
at the
is
same
what I
time.
said, yes.
Okay,
There we go.
So if that's the case, why would current voters sacrifice their own benefits for people who can't vote against them?
Can you reword the question? I'm not understanding what you're asking.
Yeah, so do you agree that boomers kind of fucked the nation?
Yup.
To a certain degree, yes.
So from my perspective, boomers basically stole from us to pay for the shit they wanted, and threw the system into chaos. So the question is, why would what's actually stopping people from voting in the interest of the next generation for their interests?
Nothing.
Well, we care about the next generation.
Nothing stopping them besides their preferences.
Because they're our kin typically, and also you have to live into the people that carry over. So while you age in your population, you have to rely on the younger generation in order to carry the country. So if you fuck over the younger generation too much, guess what? You're fucked in your older age where you can't work and produce as much. It's a cycle.
Okay, and then so my last question for you is: if the majority can be uninformed, emotional, tribalistic, and focused on short-term interest, why should I ever believe that the majority opinion is going to produce good governance?
See, again, so we're talking about what it's going to produce versus what it represents and why we do it in the first place. The reason that we have a representative government like this, where it is democratic, but it is a republic, is specifically to fight what he just asked, that people don't know shit about jack. So they elect people who then elect, Congress and all that shit. So yes, we have a direct ability to affect things through our voting, more local, more effect. But if people, are doing things that are not going to look good, then even if it is a matter of, hey, we like this guy and we want him to do this thing, and then he does this thing and it's good, and then we're like, we were all wrong. We actually we didn't know it was going to end up like this, and we want to vote to overturn it. You might say that that's not as easy. You might say that that's a more convoluted system or process than it should be. But it's not democracy. It's not democracy.
Why should I ever believe that the majority opinion is going to produce good governance?
He should say it doesn't matter.
I'm not talking about what you should believe. It's just whether it works or not. Something could work and be unideal to you or unappealing to you.
What do you
got him?
Why do you think that if the majority of people who are voting based on their emotions or tribalistic reasons, many people who you get on both sides, right? Where you get the right wingers that are like, you never vote for a fucking Democrat, never vote for a Democrat, and then you get the left wingers that are like, vote blue no matter who, right? So that's the tribalistic part about it, and then a lot of people tend to vote based on emotions.
Wait, did tribalism not exist in what was feudalism? Are you going to say that wasn't tribalistic? I mean, tribes.
No,
Is that
no.
democracy, really? I mean, I feel like, the word tribalism comes from a pre-democratic time. I mean, you're talking about concepts older
Well, in order,
than
in order
democracy, my friend.
the necessary entailment of democracy is it's going to form political or political power blocks.
That's just a human nature. Yeah, before democracy that existed. Yes.
Not to the nowhere near the same extent.
Wait, what doesn't exist?
So the
Time. I mean, you're talking about concepts older
well, in order,
than
in order
democracy, my friend.
the necessary entailment of democracy is it's going to form political or political power blocks.
Yeah, okay, I agree with that.
That's just a human nature. Yeah, before democracy that existed. Yes.
I agree with Kay. I see where Steelborne is saying, like, because of democracy, it forces you into essentially what we have with the two camps, and it becomes, a dichotomy. But that doesn't not work. It's just not the most ideal thing. I don't know how anybody could say that the affirmative won this debate.
Not to the nowhere near the same extent.
Not to the same
Based
extent.
on what?
Like I would say, actually nowhere near the same extent. And what I mean by that is under monarchies there wasn't political tribes. There was one ruler, so that's
There wasn't people for the queen and against the queen. I just watched House of the Dragon before we started. Well, not right before we started, but there's one king and many tribes. So, I mean, I know that's not actual history, but I think it's relevant. There's always been people against the power. Even if look at communism. Look at authoritarian communism. You think there aren't people who, have underground ways to communicate about how the government is not great? How the fuck would we ever hear about people, oh, this guy got killed because he said something negative? How would we ever hear about that?
just an example of how that was
Who do you think
avoided under
overthrew
monarchies.
Who do you think beheaded people in France? Do you think there was not coalitions?
France was a revolution. Sometimes monarchies were conquered by other monarchies.
Yeah, what are revolutions made out of?
Revolutions tend to be that tends to be
different factions.
Revolt by the people.
People. Yep. There we go.
Got him. We gotta dilly that. I mean, we do here too, but it's. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. It seems like it's a bad thing because we want more people involved, but if most of those people don't know what's good, maybe we need less people voting.
Oh,
I didn't say that monarchy. I didn't say monarchies are entirely immune to it. But I'm saying it's far less common in monarchies.
Disagree.
So
why are
we to assume? Why are we to assume? So the core pillar of democracy. The core pillar of democracy is that basically, it's the ideal is to serve the will of the people in both the majority and the minority. So the question that I have for you is, why are we to assume the majority opinion for what people vote on?
Guys, we got less than 4 minutes on the clock. $5 will push the timer, so we go a little bit further.
Can produce good governance. And then my follow-up to this is, if you love democracy so much and you think democracy is so great, then why don't you think that gay marriage should be overturned, considering the fact that was actually shut down by popular vote in almost every state that they try, or a lot of states that tried it?
Because we have marriage equality. You could make this argument what was it, 2013? But through democratic processes, why would he be against it? And even being on the negative side of this doesn't mean you like democracy. You're just saying it works. Man, the affirmative's down.
That
bad.
was actually shut down by popular vote in almost every state that they tried, or a lot of states that they tried it, including California, couldn't even get gay marriage passed by popular vote, and instead had to go through the Supreme Court.
Would you say that gay people are a minority?
Sure.
Yeah, so part of my ideal of democracy, as I stated, was carrying out the civic will of the majority while preserving the civic will of the minority.
Got him.
It wasn't preserving; it was giving them a right that they didn't have. It was not preserving anything.
Also, isn't gay marriage more in favor right now than out of favor? So it seems like democracy is at the same level where we're at right now.
Well, no, but it wasn't when it was put through. It wasn't a democratic decision. It was pushed through by the courts.
There absolutely was. Now, I will say that the structure of democracy definitely gives us a lot of, the culture war. But again, if you're talking about the French Revolution, that and any kind of rebellion anywhere, regardless of the power structure, there are people who are down with the get down, and there are the rebels. You're gonna tell me that the Middle East isn't very tribal because they're not democratic?
Come on, man.
Yeah, I mean,
Wasn't when it was put through. It wasn't a democratic decision. It was pushed through by the courts. So I don't understand.
Okay,
If you want
again,
democracy,
you're talking about
why
a pure
didn't you-
democracy. It's a sliding scale. Do you think it
yep. So the system, by not being a direct democracy, does not mean it is not a democracy. And so having the Supreme Court is part of that democracy.
has to all always be a perfect democracy, or is it an ideal that you can fall on a spectrum of?
I don't really see the distinction between the two. Both of them are still just going to be power blocks.
What do you mean you don't see the distinction? There's a difference. If you're talking about an absolute democracy, that means anything that is non-democratic at all removes it from being a democracy. But if
So when he says absolute, he means direct.
it's a sliding scale, democracy can be multiple shades.
Well, what was democratic about the Obergefell decision?
I don't know.
The fact that people that we voted for were in the position to put the people on the court that they wanted. We voted for that. It's not a direct democracy, thank goodness, but it is democracy.
What that is. So
That was
Please.
the gay marriage law.
Okay.
That was passed by the Supreme Court. What was democratic
I don't know.
about that?
I don't know because I don't know it. You're asking me to speak to things I don't know of.
So what is democracy? Well, it's kind of hard to say. Democracy is on a spectrum, right? You can be more democratic and less democratic, but democracy works even though I can't actually pin down and tell you what it is. You know, this
I
is
did
this is
pin down
fun
and tell
for
you what
me.
it is. Do you need me to say it again, or I mean,
Yeah,
I
let's hear it
can.
again.
Yeah, democracy is a form of government, and this for the system is a form of government in which citizens have the right to participate either directly or indirectly in governance, while their rights and freedoms are protected by.
I'm agreeing with you, but I'm saying that Steelborne's argument that there was no tribalism, that you were, I mean, you didn't repeat directly, but where was it? Yeah, there probably wasn't as much to be tribal about before democracy. Maybe not politically, but in life, you could be about, oh, we want industrialism, or we want to live in the forest, and we want to be hippies. And there's a very wide range of things that you could be in a tribe about. I mean, my entire youth was being in the tribe of listening to metal and hardcore that was cooler than the metal and hardcore that was on MTV that all the posers were listening to. That's tribalism. And so politically, I'm saying, yes, I agree with you. But zooming out and saying that people have always been tribal, whether or not it makes a difference to the governmental structure under a monarchy, whether you're for or against the monarch, is irrelevant to the point that I'm making, that people were still tribal about things even without democracy. Like you said, even extremely developed societies can be extremely tribal. Look at pre-colonial India and the caste system. Bingo. Exactly. There's always something to pick sides and pick teams, and it's a hangover from when we were less civilized. But evolution doesn't work that fast, so we're still operating on the same operating system. All right, we're gonna finish this up. If somebody wants to keep going through the super chats and the closing statements, you could drop a 5 and we'll keep it alive. Drop a 5 to keep
Right
it
to
alive.
participate either directly or indirectly in governance, while their rights and freedoms are protected by rule of law and accountable systems. And then
Do you think
the
most people are
ideal of
stupid or
I
smart?
can agree with that.
I think they're smart in some things and stupid in other things.
Do you think most people actually are making
See,
informed
that's again a
votes?
spectrum. Wait, do you think that
Okay,
someone
I
is
just-
either
I-
just
I-
wait,
I-
going back to spectrums,
I refined the question real quick.
you
Do
were
you think
having
most
you're
people-
having problem with spectrums. I'm trying to like help educate here. Do you think people are just naturally stupid or not stupid, or do you think there's a spectrum of how ignorant a person can be?
Great question.
I think when it comes to politics, most people are really stupid.
So and there's no spectrum here. So you're just either stupid or not. There's not a difference of how ignorant a person could be.
Well, no, there is a difference. But
Oh,
when,
so you do understand the concept.
Oh,
That's
okay.
Yeah, I did, but when
All
only
of a sudden
36
we know.
well, when only
Fuck, you know.
36% of the population can actually pass a basic civics test, yeah, I don't think most people are pretty politically informed. So
Yeah,
why
that
should we
sounds
be-
So they should, the negative side, in this case K, should be like, look, you're misunderstanding the point. The point is not to just have the ivory towers decide for everyone. The point is for the government to reflect the people. And if the people are stupid, the purpose is to have the government reflect that. Now, that is going to cause growing pains. And we have to learn as a nation, as a people. Forcing everybody to do this is authoritarianism. Not letting people vote because you don't like what they think is authoritarianism.
why should we use the-
At least in this context.
Thank you for pointing out. Let's
Yeah, so
change
why
it.
should we
Let's
have
change it. Let's
people who are
use the
politically
democracy to
uninformed
change it.
voting? Why would we use democracy
Because
to
it
change that? We need
continues.
authoritarianism, baby, and just say, you know what? These people have no idea what the fuck they're voting on. Enough of that shit.
And how do you know who's going
No more
to be
vote
the
you.
authoritarian? What if the authoritarian is a Lenin type and he kills you and me? Now we don't even get a chance. With democracy,
Yeah, no, I agree with Steelborne saying that democracy inherently creates that tribalism, and it exacerbates the natural instinct to be tribal. I absolutely agree that democracy exacerbates that. It's just not. You don't get rid of tribalism by getting rid of democracy. That's my larger point.
is a Lenin type and he kills you and me. Now we don't even get a chance. With democracy, you and I are still living. We
Well,
get
no,
a
Lenin,
chance.
Lenin was a
That's the
totalitarian, not an authoritarian. There's a difference.
You want to pick anybody? You want to pick anybody from history? I mean, he's not democratic, that's for sure. Neither was Mao. I mean, I'm just picking non-democratic people. Like, how do you know that the person that you pick and put in power is going to be your ideal? What is the chances of that?
No idea. It depends on how,
No,
how they come to be.
And like Nikki said, you can vote yourself into authoritarianism, but you can't vote yourself out. So the through or the chronology of it was democratic and then it got bad is a different thing than whether or not the system of democracy works. So yeah, there's always what the fuck with my mouse always changes the speed. But yeah, there's a well, I mean, hit live and make sure you're live first of all. But there's gonna be a delay between, by the time words come out of my mouth, they go into the microphone and go through the thing, and then it'll go over the internet and go to the. It takes a minute, but yeah.
What is the chances of that?
No idea. It depends on how,
No,
how they come to be.
Agreed.
It's a weakness in the system. I'm talking at least with democracy. You can go out. You can talk to me. You can talk to other people. You can change minds.
Well, how about we do this, right? If you want, we can compromise a little here, right? So what we'll do is we're going to massively reduce suffrage, right? And we're going to make it so that there's a couple of requirements. One, you have to pass a basic civics test. You have to put more into the system than you get out of it, and then we'll let those select people. They get to decide who the monarch is, or the authoritarian, or
I was going to say that's
whatever. They get to decide that, and then from then on, it's now hereditary monarchy.
Nah, fuck that. Fuck that. Elon Musk's kids are fucking weird ass trans whatever. No, thank you. No, thank you. You want Hunter Biden as our president right now?
So you want to use democracy to get to?
That's not democracy. That's a massive that's a tiny minority who gets to decide the power, not a majority. Not even close.
Okay, so how are you going to know that that's the right person? If you think that, like, right now people are stupid,
How do I know that?
How are we going to pick? How are we going to pick the right people in order to put them in power?
I just gave you the criteria for who's actually allowed to make.
You gave me, but
it's crazy to me that people on the right are making this argument. This is how the COVID lockdowns happened. Yeah, the experts said, therefore. I am surprised. I am very surprised.
Okay, and how do we know that that's not going to create a system that is going to fail in on itself?
Well, all systems have the possibility of failing in on themselves.
So you're getting rid of.
The question is whether or not they actually have long-term goals and can achieve those. That's one of the massive flaws of democracy. Is every 4 years it's always working on new elections. That's why, the number one contributor to our national debt is what's the term? It's benefit spending, right?
Servicing the debt, that too. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, it's our benefit spending, right? And we spend way too much on Social Security, disability, all that kind of stuff. We put way too much money out of that. So hold on, so real quick,
We can vote that out. We can vote that out
why would people ever vote out their money?
because it's
Look at the left, bro. Look at the left. That's all they do.
not conducive to
It doesn't
their
serve
life.
their interest to vote out their money.
And I mean, the right votes to send their money overseas. So the left votes to take money from Americans, and the right votes to take money from Americans too.
From their view.
What do you mean? If people see that they're paying into Social Security and it's not being paid out too late and not enough amount, and they know that they could put it into the stock market or something, yield more money, they can vote to get rid of Social Security and replace it with other systems, and or just go into private.
They're never going to vote to get rid of Social Security, and here's why they're never going to vote to get rid of Social Security. My
How do you know
grandma's
that?
on Social
Prove it.
Security. My grandma's on
Can you
Social
prove that?
Security. I can't take that away from her.
Can you prove that it's never going to happen?
Yes, the fuck we can. If we all vote to say, okay, no more Social Security for your grandma, guess what happens, bro? Guess what happens, bro?
What about my disabled cousin who has autism and you can't function? Why should I? We can't take away his Social Security. What about our disabled vets? We can't take away their disability.
Oh, brother.
Social
Can you
Security.
prove we're not going to do it? I'm just still waiting for the proof. You're saying that
Got 'em.
they're never going
Got
to
'em.
do it, but it seems like we live in a system.
So
of
basically,
change where we're
historical examples of
constantly
people continuing to vote in electors who promise to steal more out of the treasury to give to them in order for their votes. That's the standard that I'm appealing to the historical standard here. Never once as a politician who ran on, I'm going to cut Social Security
Right.
spending.
Why
Because
can't a
everyone-
ruler not do the same thing? Why can't a ruler go up and be like, hey, listen, in order for you not to peasants rise up against me, I'm going to create this thing called Social Security and you guys are going to be taken care of. How
Why
can you not
could they do
guarantee
it? Look, hold on, I can't
Oh
guarantee.
my God,
That's
Jacobs.
never gonna happen.
that?
But,
Dude,
but I
like
don't
in
have to provide
feudalism,
all
they
their-
gave fiefs. They gave fiefs, bro, to people in order to promote. This is
You mean like a governor? Who
you
at
think
any point
governors
can
give
call,
fiefs?
What?
governors are in charge of a specific area. They're in charge of the monopoly on force on a geopolitical area, and they can actually call up the National Guard at any point in their state.
Can you vote out a governor?
Sure.
So they're held accountable. So you can
Could-
have a continuous system that doesn't implode on
could you
itself.
could you overthrow your fiefdom lord?
You can, but it's going to be violent and it's going to
Not within the system. No, you can't.
cause a loss and it's going to drain the resources on the system
And doesn't fall within the system. That's not legal.
and negatively affect you.
Not only that, but people who have a long-term position of I'm going to be ruling over this for long term, and I'm probably going to pass this down to my child or something like that. They have actually a built-in interest to make the system better and to preserve the system, to try and keep the people happy, to serve those people, because their children are the ones who's going to inherit that system. They have much more.
Game Boy 64 said, "Bro is LARPing."
He has a daughter. How's North Korea doing right now?
I'm pretty sure he wouldn't. I don't think his daughter is going to be able to take the role. I think he's gonna. I don't know how that works there, but
Oh, well, it seems like it goes against your point then. Oh, damn.
All right. We picked the right person, and then it's just monarchy forever. I'm good.
I
Right.
said they're more likely. They have a more invested interest in it.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and jump in there. We have definitely gone to the end of the clock here. Great debate.
Right on the buzzer. Right on the buzzer. Shout out to Podesta with the big team. Where you at, Marty Moore? Marty Moore! Where'd you go? Hello? Hey! Again! Again! Marty Moore! He was playing with the bed right here. All right, well, we got it right here. I mean, he's got to be somewhere. I don't know, but thank you so very, very much. And that means the party rages on. Thank you so very, very much, sir.
Everybody, this has been amazing. We've still got our closings ahead of us. I just want to let the chatters know. Remember, whenever they're done with their closings, I'm going to put a link in the chat for everybody to click on to vote for which team you think made the most persuasive and compelling case tonight. That said, also, if you guys have questions while you're voting, throw them into the tip jar. We'll get to those questions during that closing time, or during the voting time. So we're going to go back through in the same order that everybody went through. That means.
Thank you, sir. And of course, that makes you the sponsor of the after party. So let's see what we got. This will bring us this will bring us a closing argument and a cross exam. Or if they're not doing cross exams in the end, then we'll get two closings. I don't know. Right? Where is he? Oh, I hear him. I hear him on the stairs. What were you doing up there? I guess you were hungry. You probably went to get some food, huh? There we go. Oh, wait. Sorry, Bubs. You prayed, and he came back. Amazing. Thank you. So very, very much. That's up to 41 points for the movie night. Very much appreciated.
Is that you are actually going to go first, Steelborne. 3 minutes is now going on the clock for you. This is your uninterrupted
Why is this doing this?
closing. Put a cherry on top, sir.
Yeah, so I don't think that any of these people actually demonstrated why democracy works to do anything other than to just rob the treasury from the electorate. And it's just basically to give stupid people like a bunch of power. It makes no sense. It's actually like the worst political system that I can think of. Ultimately, here's why I say that. So everybody's like, afraid of authoritarianism, authoritarians, right? They're gonna stop, they're gonna trample my rights and my authoritarians. Here's
because that's never happened.
Here's what's interesting about authoritarians. The rules are strictly enforced, but you know the rules, and they stay consistent. That's usually the way it works with authoritarians. I don't even have to provide an alternate governance system here just to demonstrate that democracy doesn't work, and all it is it's basically just the uninformed electorate being promised bribes by the politicians in order to steal from the next generation, which is what it's done. I mean,
you're just saying democracy is bad. There's a difference between I don't like it and it doesn't work. You've made a strong case as to why we should not like direct democracy. But you have not made a single argument as to why it does not work. And as you being the affirmative, you have to prove that. You have to prove that it does not work. It's not for the negative to prove that it works. It's on you to prove that it does not.
America, as far as this is my generation is the first generation to actually have it worse than their parents by the time they came to adulthood.
Yup.
Right. This is the result of what we get when we have 100 years of democracy, of letting everybody vote. It's a terrible system. Most people, I already read you guys the stats, but I'll do it again real quick, just for poops and chuckles here. A poll of 41,000 Americans demonstrated that less than 36% could actually pass a multiple choice test where the questions were taken from the U.S. citizenship test. You need to get a 60% to pass the U.S. civics test.
I wonder if somebody asked him, okay, let's say that everybody could pass the civics test, but everybody was an atheist. Would you be okay with that?
Less than a quarter of our country, or just over a quarter of our country,
I guess we'd have to start with what if 60% could pass that test? Is that an impossibility? Is that something that theoretically could happen? Is there anything stopping us from believing that that's possible? No. Maybe not super probable, but that's not how we judge these things. Certainly not in the middle of it. In 200 years, you might be able to say, yeah, America failed. But right now, as down bad as we are, still doing better than most of the West.
Actually pass the civics test. A large percentage of Americans don't even know that there's 3 branches of government, nor can they name them.
Most
this
of them can't
is a terrible
read
system to have. It demonstrates it's full of flaws, right? The uninformed electorate.
And so notice
you wouldn't trust
everything that he's saying is an issue with the people, not with the structure of government.
You wouldn't use democracy in almost any other system of your life, right? If you need a heart surgery,
fuck you, Steelborne. I use direct democracy to figure out what movies we watch for the movie nights. Got him.
You're not gonna let you're not gonna let a bunch of
you're not gonna let a bunch of people decide a tattoo that goes on your body forever? Yeah, that's my dedication to y'all. Maybe some of you have seen it for the first time. We got Buddha Trump with his red hat, red tie, red flower. I let you guys decide that democratically. So you can fuck off saying I don't use democracy. I agree about the governmental structure being less than ideal. But yes, I do use democracy in my normal life.
people decide who gets to do the heart surgery. No. You're going to go and you're going to find the best surgeon that you can afford, and you're going to have him do it. Like, that's just the way that, like, this, like, when the important stuff, you don't just leave it up to that. Generals for militaries are not elected via, mass democracy. They're appointed by people who know how to appoint generals.
Okay, so are there some things where democracy would work and other things where it wouldn't, or is it just always bad?
That's how our military works. You don't use democracy in the workplace. You don't decide who the supervisor is by a democratic vote. The supervisor is picked usually by the owner, because the supervisor has demonstrated that they have the competence and the skill to actually run this company. You would use this system nowhere else. It makes absolutely no sense to use this system to decide who gets the monopoly on force in a geopolitical area. It makes absolutely no sense.
Okay, fine. At that level. Okay, you don't use this governmental structure in any other governmental structure. Huh?
I'll see the rest of my time.
All right. Cheers.
Also, real quick, you said you'd post that link in the chat.
For the votes, yes, absolutely. I'll send it to you directly. Everybody who's streaming on YouTube. Yeah. I'll send it to everybody who's on YouTube directly. So, all right. So now, Searka, you are up, sir. 3 minutes is going on the clock for you. 3 minutes.
I have a feeling that this isn't going to go well, even though that his side won, in my opinion.
It's to close.
And
go and start it up when you're ready.
I think we can speed him up.
Ah, okay. Well, I just want to start by saying I think they proved that democracy can, and I'm not going to not agree to that. They proved that voters can be wrong. This is true. Proved that majorities can rationalize evil. This is also true. They proved that public opinion does not create a moral truth. That is also true. They proved that law is morally loaded. They proved that society has standards and authority and formation, and all of that is true. Now, before I go any further, I want to address the doctor. A doctor has a specific applicable set of skills that we can measure. Don't touch the kidney. You need to work on the liver. I want to posit the question of where there is a applicable skill set that we can measure when you vote on a bill that might increase subsidies for farm or for some farm product. Is there a simple, like a pilot, turn the rudder, go up, 5,000 altitude, this button does that? It's a naive and child way to think about the world. Maybe that's why we still think rulers are the best answer. Because we still do not prove that rulers are less fallible than voters.
Got him.
They aren't. In fact, he wants a form of government that annihilates the will of others because he thinks he has a privileged position or knowledge to create that very institution, or he knows.
I told you. This is why you don't mention a what you think is a better thing. Because now they're all talking about monarchy bad, monarchy bad, monarchy bad. Monarchy bad does not mean democracy work.
Who to pick? To me, that's crazy. I don't really know why I would trust him for that.
Pretty well.
I don't know why I would trust any single human to try and encapsulate all that anyway. It's unrealistic. It's a video game. He doesn't prove that experts are immune from capture. He didn't prove that courts own civic meaning. He didn't prove anything. Or that emergency commanders will return power when crisis becomes useful. He didn't prove that moral authority interprets itself for civil law. He didn't prove which human institution gets to enforce that authority. He just kind of hand-waved and said that he doesn't need to do anything here.
Which was true, and still, he fucked it up.
No,
I think that's probably the biggest misstep of the entire debate, is offering up monarchy. Because he himself said, I'm not actually advocating for that. I'm just saying it's better than democracy. And then you're basing that off of the outcomes rather than the structure in itself. The negative is talking about the concept, while you are talking about the results. And so you would have to say that it is impossible for people to have a good life under a democratic system. And that's clearly not the case. Even though direct democracy will not work on more than, what do they say, like 250 people or something like that, 150 people or something like that?
Government, I guess. He did not prove, most importantly, that the loser can return. He's talked a lot about future generations, but at the same time, like I just mentioned, is advocating for a form of government that annihilates the wills of people specifically.
That's a strong point. They all really hit on that about the benefit of democracy being that the losers aren't annihilated. I think they say that language the whole time, but that point, and nobody even touched that on the affirmative.
And they are unable to return in that environment. So democracy does not need to deny these things. It receives them without letting any of them become one final owner. And a democracy is not only a system where people can win.
I disagree. I think Horseradish has great prompts. They're not all vague like this, and they all work on what they want to debate. So it's not just like, here, you're going to debate this. So they work it out, and they all agreed on this. But even though this is a smaller platform, and the debaters are not necessarily the same thing you're going to see on modern day debate or even Speakeasy, I still think there's a lot of good conversation. There's still a lot of debate aspect here, and this is just a particularly broad prompt. Usually they're very specific, and so don't judge them just based on this one.
And a democracy is not only a system where people can win. Most importantly, all of them can win. But it is uniquely the only system where political defeat does not become a political annihilation. And I wish my opponent would realize that. I'll end it there.
All right. Emmett, 3 minutes is now going on the clock for you, sir. 3 minutes to close. Start up when you're ready.
I'm only going to slow him down if I need to.
Yes, of course, I will answer the question directed by Searka. It's very simple if you actually think about it. There's something called the budget. And when you are doing, a spending, it goes into a spreadsheet. And if you're spending more on one side and, that you are getting, that will be a measurable thing. And the fact that we have had, at this point, hundreds and hundreds of representatives that keep on voting for spending more than we get.
Well, that's the thing. That's on the debaters, because if I was in there, you better believe that I would make sure we are nailing down what exactly is democracy. What exactly does work mean? What is the threshold? What are the metrics that we are using? And then step back from there. Only then can the conversation begin. But that's a lesson that y'all got to learn, not having to be in a debate where you forgot to define your words and your terms, and you lose the debate.
Is directly correlated to the incapacity of democracy to provide a fundamental understanding of economics, for example. For the other,
it's a beanie.
Idea is like, oh well, where exactly the opponents? The opponents can't have a voice even if they lose. Well, I mentioned historical leaders that were elected into power. H-Man is the greatest example. Can you please tell me how many times the people in the camps that cannot be named voted after they were sent to those camps, and how exactly do they feel when it came to that? The problem that I see.
This is ignoring that he is acting as if because somebody was democratically elected that there's nothing they can do that takes it out of democracy. Very clearly, even though he was elected chancellor, he then was not leading a democracy. Yeah, right? I mean, come on. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? I am so rarely against the right-leaning side, unless it's religion, or I guess democracy.
When the democracy is that it tends towards tyranny. Okay, the thing that I see is that it creates tribalism, as was stated by Steelborne. And the more apart that we fall into each other, the more we're going to go into one of those camps having the power and staying in power, because that is what they are looking for.
Hey, and I got my South Park shirt on. Get the Lunch and Morty South Park design only at the IndianJesus.com. Right? Is that the website? I think it's... Yeah, the IndianJesus.com.
Having the power and staying in power, because that is what they are looking for. That is exactly the thing that they want. And the more extreme that they go, because they will move towards extremes, as we have seen in the political environment that we're going for right now. What are we talking about right now? The left in the United States wants to park the courts. That's the idea that they have in right now. We're just going to add 4 more judges. That will show the Republicans. So we're moving towards extremes, and the more we move towards extremes, the closer we are to actually falling into one of these tyranny, into tyranny in and of itself. So
you mean like Hitler did?
Stupid.
You just made the argument that Hitler is the best example as to why democracy does not work. And then you said it turned into tyranny. So basically, you can understand governments.
This is what I was talking about, the specific moral authority. The problem with democracy one of the biggest problems is that
There's
there
no
is no moral
God.
choice. Okay, they can be the case that they say idealism, but I can be completely agnostic towards their idealism. I just want to use the system. I'm a great libertarian. I just want to maximize my profits, and I see that my biggest profit is to become the dictator and have all of the power. And if that
Okay, but then you just deciding that I want to be the biggest streamer ever. So I decide that. So now I'm the biggest streamer ever. Motherfucker, you would never get even close to being a dictator. You could try all you want. You ain't got it, bro. You're not that guy. Those guys exist. Emmett, you're not that guy. So I dare you to try to be the dictator. Go ahead. I'll donate to get you started. $100 to get you started.
is the case, they cannot tell me why I'm wrong. They can say things like, well, I feel something, maybe, but they wouldn't be able to tell me what exactly is it that I am wrong by doing that. So those are the answers, Searka. Okay, the budget is a measurable thing, and for what I've seen when it comes to the representatives that we have right now, none of them want to stop spending. Thank you so much, Horseradish.
Yes, sir.
All right. My goodness. I think it's pretty clear who won that. And it's a little disappointing that there couldn't have been a stronger argument that made sense. Because I do think that the effects of the democratic aspects of government can be tinkered with heavily. But just going straight to democracy does not work. It's just silly. I don't know even what else to say about it. It's just fucking silly. But silly bitches are gonna be silly bitches. Look at him falling asleep. He's so fucking cute. I love him so much. Oh my God, he's fucking adorable. That means we going to bed. No goal, no push-ups for me. But we are at 41 points towards next week's or this week's movie night. Remember, double points for the after party, triple points during the movie. You got to play it strategically, guys. And what do you got here? Yeah, for real, right? Nikki said he used his purchased majority to ram through new laws. I think I'm not caught up with what we are talking about. Okay, we got Stan. Okay, the people who want monarchs or dictators are wild. We'll give them a socialist secular dictator and see how they like it. Exactly. It's a little sad because we know that they don't want that. But for the debate, we can argue this way. So, was this a quote? We did for minority government, and then Carter used their tax money to bribe and buy his way to the majority. Jeez Louise. All right, guys. All right. So let's give a big shout out to all of the donations. Sorry, Testy, no push-ups tonight, but that would have been one. And we had Hector. We had two from Equality and Deference because vagina. We got Hector. And saving us at the last minute. Sponsor of the after party, Podesta. Thank you guys so very, very much. I cannot even tell you how much I appreciate it. It sounds old and cliche because I say it every time, but I really do mean it. I know that you could be doing anything else in the world, and yet here you are hanging out with me and the Overlord, and I cannot tell you how much that means to me. If you are new, please do hit that subscribe. I am live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. And you know that YouTube sucks with those notifications, so you may as well ring the bell so you never miss an Indian Jesus live party ever again. Once again, guys, that is the co-host Morty, and I have been your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, we are out of here. Peace.